Hello, welcome back to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Anton Hilman. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by the representative of INSEAD. Please stay tuned until the end of this webinar because after the presentation, we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any question about the presentation or anything related to the institution, you can submit your question in YouTube's comment section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome Insad.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting INSEAD to participate in this wonderful event today. I really appreciate that everybody's taking the time to join us. And so I will hopefully be sharing some useful information about INSEAD and the programs that we offer. So if that's okay with everybody, we can jump right into the session now and we can begin. Wonderful. So yeah, as I said, thank you for joining this session. Yeah, we appreciate to be part of the European Higher Education Fair. My name is Aidan O'Halloran, and I'm based at INSEAD on the Singapore campus. INSEAD is a world's leading international business school, and I hope by the end of the presentation today, I should be able to give you an insight into what makes INSEAD unique. But I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you have at the end of the session today. So first of all, before we start, I think it's important to note that INSEAD is a mission-driven business school. So before we go into the program introduction, I thought it'd be useful to take a step back in history to understand that mission. So in the years following World War II, Professor Georges Doriot, who was a pioneer in the venture capital industry, he envisioned the creation of an international business school that would bring people together. It would use business to promote peace and prosperity. And so it begins to develop this plan for an institution that could both stimulate economic growth and inspire international cooperation instead of conflict. So he founded this revolutionary model for management education that was international, was independent, internationally diverse, of course, close to business, and then propelled forward with an entrepreneurial spirit. And so today, INSEAD's vision still endures, and we believe now as ever, especially in today's climate, the business must serve as a force for good. Today's global society is grappling with a number of different challenges. Obviously, the COVID-19 crisis, but also climate change and dangerous political divisions. And so for our part, INSEAD is dedicated to preparing you as future leaders to face those challenges with courage and conviction. And we do this by bringing together people, cultures, and ideas to develop responsible leaders who will transform business and society for the better. So perhaps by the end of the session today, you may be interested in joining INSEAD and being part of this community and helping us to drive this mission forwards. As I speak to you today, I mentioned I'm from the Singapore campus. INSEAD is this incredible global learning community with full campuses in Singapore, in France, and in Abu Dhabi. And so it's important to note that INSEAD is just one independent global institution with multiple campuses around the world. So it's not as if the campuses are separate institutions. INSEAD is this one global institution in France and Singapore and Abu Dhabi. And INSEAD actually takes care to ensure that it's an equal educational experience on all campuses so that students have the same quality of learning experience as you switch between the campuses during your study. So if you're attending these sessions today and you're looking into postgraduate education, perhaps considering business schools, you may be thinking you have to choose either a campus environment or a city environment to study in. When you're comparing these options, both are good, but I guess one of the unique things about INSEAD is that you choose both and more. I guess that's a little introduction, but I can share a little bit more about our campus in France. So this was established in 1957 and is the INSEAD Europe campus. So this is based in Fontainebleau. So it's in France, just south of Paris. The INSEAD Europe campus offers you the quintessential campus experience. It's a beautiful space to escape the big city life and really reflect and learn and grow as you establish your deep connections with your classmates. and they will of course become friends for life when you have such a wonderful experience. And it's not in the middle of a big city. It's in Fontainebleau, which is a much more peaceful environment. As I said, it's really your quintessential campus experience, the INSEAD Europe campus. The campus here in Singapore was established in the year 2000. And this campus is in quite a unique location, which is ideal for connecting with the thriving startup scene, which is located just directly opposite our campus, as well as being surrounded by many of the Asia Pacific head offices for large corporate firms, large tech firms, healthcare companies, and many more. We do benefit from Singapore's warm climate and the culturally rich environment here, as well as the political stability and the current situation with COVID. We do feel quite fortunate to have a campus here in Singapore, where the situation is fortunately going better at the moment. And so, as a student, if you're switching between the France campus and the Singapore campus, you can really benefit from Singapore being a global hub as an option for you. I mentioned our Middle East campus. So this is based in Abu Dhabi. And the campus has incredible views of the city, and it provides our students with the opportunities to really develop your understanding and your networks in this unique, fast-paced region of the world during your field trips or during your time there on the Middle East campus. The world's most international business school, INSEAD, is also now in North America. So we've launched our San Francisco hub for business innovation. This is the INSEAD's first hub permanent facility in North America. And by opening doors in San Francisco, we're really connecting with the cutting edge of tech, venture finance, entrepreneurship, and sustainability in North America. So it's wonderful that we launched this campus this year. Of course, as the world is going through such changing times, it was actually an exciting year for us here at INSEAD to launch our new campus in San Francisco. So INSEAD was founded with this passion for continually innovating. This year, not only did we launch our first hub in San Francisco, but we also launched our Master in Management program. And this is the program that I want to introduce to you today and to share a little bit more information about. The Master in Management is this continuation of INSEAD's mission to develop the next generation of responsible leaders who will tackle some of the world's greatest challenges head on. I just wanted to share a little bit more information about this program in particular. If you're currently studying for your undergraduate degree, or you've recently graduated and you're seeking to improve your management skills, and you're looking to improve your career opportunities, then this could be the ideal program for you. The Master in Management is a flexible program that includes 10 months of on-campus study, followed by 4 to 6 months of professional experience as you develop your career. It has an exciting new innovative approach to learning, which is with a real focus on problem solving. So if you join the INSEAD Master in Management, you'll learn from INSEAD's award-winning faculty and industry experts. You get to interact with classmates from all over the world, and you travel across continents and gain access to global career opportunities. The recruiters that INSEAD has a strong connections to actually contributed to the design of the INSEAD Master in Management. And they gave us this focus on problem solving. This was a direct result of input from employers. So you can rest assured, if you join the INSEAD Master in Management, you will develop the skills required by those top recruiters to make you a more competitive candidate for those job opportunities after you graduate. So why should you consider INSEAD, and why should you be looking at the Master in Management? Well, of course, INSEAD is a top-ranked business school. So it's one of the world's leading and actual largest graduate business schools. INSEAD's Master in Management, all of our master programs are consistently ranked among the top in the world. If you look at the Financial Times, for example, you can see the INSEAD MBA, which is something that we're very well known for, and it's consistently ranked as the best, one of the best in the world. You have this incredible alumni network. So you'll join an elite collaborative community of INSEAD alumni all over the world. This is an incredibly valuable network for your short-term and your long-term career goals. Of course, you also get international exposure. So INSEAD being the international business school, you get to immerse in a truly global experience alongside international classmates and faculty as you travel across the continents to the different campuses. Practical application. So as you go through the INSEAD Master in Management, you participate in these experiential block courses and electives that really put to test the classroom learning in real world business situations. And as I mentioned, you get to develop your in-demand skills, and you acquire these relevant skills that will enable you to succeed in your first job and beyond for the rest of your career. And of course, you are able to gain access to top recruiters from top employers for a diverse range of roles in a broad range of industries. So that's an excellent platform for your career. So what does the INSEAD Master in Management actually look like? Before you start the on-campus experience, you have the online content to help you to really get into the swing of things and to really kick off the Master in Management experience. And this is what we describe as period 0, so before arriving on campus. After this, there's then 10 months of on-campus academic content from period 1 to period 5. And so you go through the core courses, and this is an intensive curriculum that consists of your fundamental business topics that equip you with the knowledge that you need for your career. I'm just going to take a second to see if there are any questions here that have come through. So just open up the chat room and take a quick look. Okay, we can continue now. Okay, sure. Apologies, I'll just reshare the screen and we can continue with the presentation. Apologies, just 1 second. Okay, here we go. So hopefully you can see the screen at the moment. As you continue through the program, there's also workshops and practical learning experiences. So apart from the core courses, there are these practical modules in each period where you'll learn and you're taught how to apply the classroom learning into real life situations. And this will ensure that you're able to execute things as soon as you join your future employers. Of course, there are also electives. So in period 5, you'll be able to choose from 6 electives from a broad range of subjects, which can be based on your interests or your career focus, with an aim to, of course, ensure that you're ahead of the curve as you graduate with relevant knowledge and skills. So the first 6 months of the INSEAD Master in Management is based on the Fontainebleau campus, which is just south of Paris. And then from period 4 onwards, the whole cohort will move together to Singapore to spend the remainder of the program here on the Singapore campus. In addition to these 2 campuses, you'll also have the opportunity to do field trips to our campus in Abu Dhabi, as well as to other destinations around the world, such as the US. You then conclude your Master in Management journey by launching into the workforce. So you'll be able to, what we describe as this professional exposure component. And this is either a full-time position or an internship. And this professional exposure period allows you to build on the work experience and conduct final analysis on the industry that you've joined to ensure that you're going along the right track. INSEAD has world-class faculty and research in all the key areas of business management. And these expertise are brought into the classroom through the core courses and through the electives. And you're able to really tailor your Master in Management experience and to deep dive into those subject areas that you find most interesting or that you think may be useful for your future career. Through the elective modules, where we have a great range of electives that are available. So I mentioned INSEAD is is the international business school. It's common to have more than 90 nationalities studying on campus at INSEAD. So if you're someone who has a passion for being out of your comfort zone, if you're someone who enjoys seeing the world and experiencing new cultures, INSEAD may be the ideal school for you. And the Master in Management community will embody this passion for diversity and will open you up to international opportunities that perhaps you didn't even know existed. So as you're spending time on the different campuses, as well as getting to know your classmates from all over the world. INSEAD has an extremely collaborative culture. So our teaching methodology focuses on collaborative learning, whereby professors and experts are, they're really excellent at guiding classroom discussions. So everyone has the chance to engage and contribute to those classroom discussions. You'll be able to build connections with your classmates that, as I mentioned, will last a lifetime. But of course, if you're looking for further education, you will also be considering your future career. So the Master in Management program will prepare students for a wide range of career choices across different industries and sectors, including, of course, consulting, financial services, technology, and many more. So at INSEAD, the Career Development Center is this global team of more than 40 professionals representing 20 nationalities, and they're based across all the different campuses. It consists of these personal career coaches. We also have, so if you join the program, you have access to a personal careers coach. There's also employer engagement specialists and operation team members with expertise in running these events to help to connect you to employers. So together they will support you to achieve your career objectives through the career courses that you go through, as well as electives and workshops and individual sessions. And they develop partnerships with our alumni and, of course, the recruiters across multiple different countries around the world. So they host hundreds of companies, connecting them with you throughout your Master in Management. And the employer engagement specialists, they are really dedicated to connecting INSEAD talent with world-class organizations that are educating students about career opportunities and really briefing you on the market trends so you know where those opportunities are and where to position yourself for your future career. So during the INSEAD Master in Management, you'll be able to consult with your personal career coach at any time during your career journey. So perhaps you've heard of INSEAD before. You may have seen the rankings. You may have seen our brochures online, and you're thinking about applying. So I'd like to share some information with you now, which hopefully will shine a light on how to submit a successful application and the kind of thing that INSEAD is looking for in an applicant. So INSEAD has a truly holistic approach to our admissions. So your entire profile is carefully considered by the admissions committee as they make decisions on who to admit in each application deadline. So they're kind of putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And so each application is considered carefully. And I'd like to just really emphasize that everything is taken into a consideration. So it's not as if one of these points is more important than another. They are all considered carefully as the admissions committee are selecting applicants. So first of all, academic performance. So this area is really considering that you can handle the academic rigor of a world-class intensive program. So academic capacity or your academic performance, well, this would include looking at your previous academic grades, as well as either a GMAT or GRE score. So some of you joining the session today or watching back this video, you may not be so familiar with the GMAT or the GRE. But if you are applying to a top business school, then many of them would require you to take either a GMAT or a GRE before submitting your application. So this is a test that is separate from us. It's not a test that we run as a school. It's an independent organization where you can go to a test center, or currently you can also take it online. And you would need to take this and get a score before applying to many of the top business schools. So GMAT and GRE, they test your maths, and your verbal reasoning skills in English. So it does take some time to prepare to get a competitive score in this test. So it's well worth taking the time to investigate this. If you've never heard of the GMAT or the GRE before, then you can actually go online. You can go to our website and you can find a simulator test that will help you to give it a practice, give it a go, see how well you get on with the test. And this can maybe help you to know how much preparation time you will need before taking the real thing and then applying to business school. So GMAT and GRE, as long as your previous academic studies, your grades from your undergraduate degree, these are all considered when they are looking at your academic performance as part of the admissions review. There's also the criteria, which is known as international motivation. So hopefully your motivation to understand different cultures and to develop different international opportunities for your career is part of the reason why you're considering INSEAD today. So you'll need to show us this in your application. So this isn't necessarily how many countries you've lived in. This is more your passion for being out of your cultural comfort zone, And hopefully through your studies, or if you've participated in internships, or even in your personal life, if you've had the opportunity to really seek out international opportunities, if you've been with people from different cultural backgrounds to yourself, and you're the kind of person who enjoys that, who actively seeks that out, and you've learned from that, then that can all contribute towards your international motivation. This is a key criteria for INSEAD, given the large number of nationalities that we have on campus and our multiple campuses around the world. We are really seeking candidates that have a strong commitment to international cooperation, and from within your personal life, your education, your professional career, that you've developed those skills to successfully navigate different cultures and develop a strong level of intercultural communication skills. However you can show us that, and also, it's more forward looking too. If you're looking to develop that further, and you're looking to improve on that, then of course INSEAD may be an ideal school for you, and it's part of the reason perhaps why you're applying. So you'd need to show us that through your application. The final point is your ability to contribute. So as the committee are piecing together this incredibly diverse community, they want to know, what are you bringing to the table that will add value to your fellow classmates? So whether you've developed some unique perspectives, if you've studied something quite unique, quite interesting in your career, if you have perhaps gone on an internship, which is particularly unique, and if you have these really, valuable insights that you can bring and share with your classmates, then this will be what they want to see in the admissions review as they are selecting candidates. So your ability to contribute to those classroom discussions, your ability to contribute to your classmates and really add value is incredibly important, and is the final piece of the pie as we are looking through the admissions criteria. It's important to note that for the INSEAD Master in Management, you do not need to have full-time experience. You do not need to have full-time professional working experience. However, some experience in a context like whether it's an internship, or if you volunteered for a charity or engaged in community events, some practical experience will of course be useful as you're going through the application process. But if you are just finishing your undergraduate degree, you can apply immediately for the INSEAD Master in Management. This is distinct from the MBA, something that INSEAD is very well known for. For our MBA, the class will have an average of 5 or 6 years of professional experience before joining the program. So if you have more than 2 years of professional experience, then I would encourage you to instead consider the INSEAD MBA. And we have a wonderful YouTube video fully explaining the MBA program. So if you'd like to know more about that, it's quite easy to find. But if you have less than 2 years of professional experience, then the INSEAD Master in Management is certainly a good program to consider. Most importantly, as you go through the application process, you should be genuine and sincere in your application, as the admissions process is there not just to ensure that the program is right for you, but also that you're right for the program. So it's a two-way thing. Being authentic, being genuine with your application was absolutely the most important approach to have if you do decide to apply to a top school like INSEAD. And mentioning applications, we do have application deadlines spread throughout the year. So the Master in Management program starts each year in September. We have 5 application rounds or deadlines that you can apply for. The application process can take up to 7 weeks from the date that your application is completed and submitted. So we do encourage you to only apply, only submit your application when you feel you're ready to do so, as the application process is very competitive. So it's not really advisable to rush for an early deadline if you feel as though you can still improve in your application. So for example, if you're aiming for the next upcoming deadline, we have one coming up pretty soon on the 9th of December, but you feel as though more time would help you to improve your application, essay, or perhaps you feel as though you could achieve a better score in some of those tests like the GMAT or the GRE, then our advice is really take your time. Don't rush for an application. Don't rush to submit early if you feel as though a later application would be of higher quality. So the program is, of course, a big investment. It yields a lifetime of dividends, both professionally and personally, but it is a serious commitment for both your time and, of course, your money. So this investment needs to be carefully considered by all applicants as you're considering the program. So though the responsibility for funding your program ultimately lies with you, we have an incredible financial aid office which can assist you in your planning as you're getting ready to finance the program. So the tuition fees will always be published for the intake that you're considering on the website. Currently, they're around 49,000 euro. But the good thing is, at the moment, all admitted applicants, if you're successfully admitted, you'll automatically be considered for scholarships. So for the majority of scholarships, for the merit-based ones or the diversity-based ones, no additional application is required. There are some scholarships or some funding opportunities for those who have financial need. And they may require an additional application or some additional evidence to prove, bank statements or something, in order to be eligible for those financial fellowships. But for achievement scholarships, for diversity scholarships, you'll be automatically considered if you are successfully admitted. But there are also other sources of funding. There are loans that people can take out. If you look at the average salaries for a graduate from a top business school, and you compare it to the opportunity cost of you having to perhaps, instead of going into work, joining the program, taking a loan, it is usually a very worthwhile investment for our alumni. And speaking of alumni, INSEAD has this unparalleled global alumni community. We've more than 60,000 alumni across more than 170 different countries, made up of more than 160 nationalities. INSEAD alumni are truly citizens of the world. And if you look at our alumni network, I was looking at the Financial Times, and INSEAD has produced the most CEOs of any top business school, second only to Harvard. And this, again, is an incredible achievement for an independent business school that focuses on diversity and shows, I guess, the potential value of this community that you would be joining. So in the end, this vast professional network is such a valuable asset to our graduates, both during your initial job search as you're joining the program and you're connecting with alumni, perhaps in the industry that you're interested in, as well as for your future career as you move countries or even start your own business. And INSEAD has an incredible track record for entrepreneurship as well. We have some very successful alumni who are entrepreneurs. And if you look at some of the resources like PitchBook, which ranks the different business schools on their success and entrepreneurship, INSEAD is by far the most successful of any business school outside the US. And so, if you're thinking of starting your own business or scaling up your own business, or if you're looking to have a more traditional career in consulting, finance, tech, general corporate sector, INSEAD is an incredibly valuable platform for you to advance your career, as well as, of course, a very valuable alumni community to become a part of. And I guess just to finish off, it's not just about what can you receive from the school, what can you receive from the alumni network, but also what you can contribute to as well. Because INSEAD is this incredibly collaborative business school with an extremely collaborative culture, and so we do encourage students and alumni to think about what they can do to give back to this community and to support each other. And that's how, as a community, we grow overall. So thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me today and for hearing more about INSEAD. I really appreciate your time, and I'm absolutely willing to answer any questions that may come up. But yeah, thanks for listening to my presentation.
So interesting to hear your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Aidan, for your presentation. Now we'll begin the Q&A session, and I will read all the questions from the YouTube comment section. Okay. The first question, it goes, hello, as INSEAD France is situated in an Europe country, do we need IELTS as our English test proficiency, or we can register with any type of English proficiency test? Thank you.
That's a great question. So you do need to prove your fluency in English in order to join the program, because although we are based in France, the entire program is taught in English. And so we do accept IELTS, but we also accept TOEFL. Or if your degree was taught in English, then you can actually use this as evidence as well. So you would not need to provide an IELTS score if you have a degree that's taught in English. But if you don't have that, then yes, you would be required to provide either an IELTS or a TOEFL as part of the application process.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. We move to the next question, and it goes, I have read the INSEAD website and interested in INSEAD scholarship. The tuition fee for MBA program is about 49,000 euro. Is INSEAD scholarship cover all these costs or not? Thank you for the answer.
Sure. So it's good to ask. It's good to ask these types of questions. So the tuition fees are, of course, a big investment for anybody. And we are very fortunate that we do have a lot of scholarship funding available. So it's approximately, for the recent classes, around 30% of the class that would receive scholarship funding. But of course, this varies year to year. And there are some full scholarships that can fully cover the tuition fee. But of course, they are quite rare and quite competitive. So there are partial scholarships, which are much more common, that can cover a proportion of the tuition fee. So if you're looking at the MBA, an average amount for a scholarship is usually around 18,000 euro. So between 15,000 to 20,000 euro for an average scholarship amount. And that's for the MBA. So yeah, we are fortunate that we have a lot of scholarship funding available. We have very generous alumni who donate to create scholarships, and so we were really fortunate to have these, and these are allocated to successful applicants, usually around those three criteria, right? It's around merit and achievement. So if you have an extremely high academic performance or really interesting professional experience, there's merit. There's also diversity. So for example, Indonesia is relatively underrepresented in some of our programs. We do have a good contingent from Indonesia who study the program, but we'd like to have more. And so in terms of diversity, then there are scholarships allocated for those underrepresented nationalities. And then the final one is the financial needs. So those candidates who really need finance support in order to join the program.
All right, thank you for the answer. The next question, it goes, to apply to your school, is it possible to use scholarship from the government, from the French government like EHEF scholarship, or Indonesian government like LPDP? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So many of our students do fund the program through external scholarships, and absolutely, for our Master in Management program, you can apply for the EIFL scholarship, and can be applicable to this program. There are many different external government scholarships as well, and so if you'd like to check whether we are, eligible for any of those, and we can always check one by one with you. We have this wonderful support team that I work in where if you have specific questions like this, like, is this specific scholarship eligible for this specific program, for this intake, then you can connect with us one-to-one directly and we can check those for you. But certainly for things like EIFL scholarship, yes, this is applicable to INSEAD.
Thank you. The next question, it goes, as for Indonesian student who need study for 4 year for undergraduate degree, will the third year student be eligible to apply for postgraduate program in your school before graduating for the undergrad degree? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. So yes, absolutely. For our Master in Management program, you are able to apply before you've graduated. So you would just need to provide the transcript showing your application, showing your performance so far with your application, and you will be considered. So yes, absolutely. We do have often have applicants who are coming near to the end of their undergraduate studies, who are getting their application ready, and yes, absolutely, you can apply with those grades before you finish the program. In fact, all applicants will be considered. So even if you didn't do so great in your undergraduate and you're worried about whether you have a chance of getting into a top school, you can still apply to INSEAD. Our advice is never cut yourself off before trying. And especially with INSEAD, you have things like the GMAT or the GRE, which is almost like another chance to show your academic capabilities. And so don't count yourself off if you've not done great so far. You can still apply and still be considered.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Next question. Is there a quota for international student enrollment at INSEAD?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's no quota, and it's an interesting question because many other schools that you perhaps are looking into will have like international and local students, but everybody is an international student at INSEAD, right? It's more than 90 nationalities with our campuses in Singapore and France. This is a global institution, and so there's no nationality that dominates. So there are some schools where the majority of students will be from their home country, and there may be a dominating nationality or dominating culture, and that's just not the case at INSEAD. No nationality usually makes up more than around 10% of the class, but that's not a hard quota. It's not as if once they hit the 10% cap, then you don't have a chance. No, that doesn't happen. But because INSEAD is the this global brand. We do attract top talent from all over the world, from, as I said, more than 90 nationalities. And so yeah, every student is an international, so there's no quota.
Thank you for your answer. Next question. It goes, what is the minimum GMAT score to enroll to your school?
Sure. So there is no minimum score. I know some other admissions processes may say there's like a cutoff point, but at INSEAD, that is not the case. An applicant's entire profile will be considered. And if their GMAT score is slightly below average, but they have other excellent parts of their profile, then they'll still be considered. There is no like specific minimum score that you must achieve in order to be admitted. Some of our applicants will have extremely high scores, and sometimes they may even still be unsuccessful because they don't fit the other criteria as well. So it is just one element that is considered. We do recommend aiming for, around the 70th, 75th percentile in the verbal and the quant and the GMAT if you're applying to the MBA. But again, this isn't a minimum score. So again, if you are taking the GMAT, if you're preparing an application and you'd like to know more, then my team is always here to have one-to-one personal consultations with you to guide you through the application process and to give you personal advice on this.
All right, thank you for your answer. Next question. It goes, hi, what if we get admitted to INSEAD but the scholarship is unsuccessful? Can we defer the program for the next year?
So we do consider deferrals on a case-by-case basis. So it's not as if all deferrals will be automatically accepted, because INSEAD is, of course, quite a competitive school to get in. And so you are competing for a place on that particular intake. You may be required to apply again if you don't take up your offer. But they still will consider case-by-case requests to defer. We are fortunate to have a lot of scholarship funding available, but it is also important to consider other ways of funding the program, such as the loans that are available. If you apply and you are not successful for a scholarship, then there's no requirement for you to take up your offer, right? You get to receive that information and then decide whether or not to join, because we do understand it's a big investment.
Thank you for your answer. The next question is, how much is the living cost, both in France or in Singapore?
Sure. So I often get this question, and sometimes people assume that the living costs in Singapore are extremely high, and in France it may be cheaper. But in reality, it's actually pretty similar. When you're living as a student at INSEAD, regardless of the campus you're on, it's quite possible to live in a very cost-effective manner. So for the specifics for each place, we do actually publish potential living costs on our website, as you can find that quite easily under the financing section of the website. But I think when you're living as a student at INSEAD, say you're living in France and you can share a house and you can share one of these beautiful little chateaus with your classmates, and these often do not cost very much. But likewise here in Singapore, many of our students will be sharing some of these beautiful condos that are very close by to the campus, where you have swimming pools, and the cost is not that high. When you are living in Singapore, people assume the cost is extremely high, but if you know where to find food, you can go to these hawker centers where the food is extremely cheap and incredible. And similar in France, the food is heavily discounted for students on campus, and so it's very possible to live in a cost-effective manner. But if you would like the specifics, and you can find it quite easily on the website for the recommended living expenses.
All right. We go to the next question, and it would be the last question of this
Sure.
webinar. The question is it possible to have classes both in Singapore and in France?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is one of the benefits of INSEAD as a business school, is that it is this global institution with multiple campuses. So for the MBA, you have a lot of flexibility. You can choose to start in Singapore and then switch to France, or you can choose to start in France and switch to Singapore and then back to France. And we also have Abu Dhabi in there. So there's a lot of flexibility to study between the campuses. The Master in Management program, this is more set. So everybody will start on the campus in France and then move across to the campus in Singapore to finish. And it's nice that you have the whole cohort together as you switch between the campuses. But this is something that happens for all students. I know occasionally at other schools, you may have to compete for a place to do an exchange because it's with a partner school, but these are all INSEAD campuses. And so, yes, you can exchange between the campuses when you study at INSEAD.
All right. I guess that's the end of our Q&A session. Thank you, Mr. Aiden, for your presentation. Have a good day in Singapore. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. And to all the audience, thank you for watching and for your information. We organized virtual fair today where you can connect directly with the university. For more information, kindly visit our website event.ehef.id. Thank you and see you in our next session.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, welcome back to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Anton Hilman and I'm going to moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by the representative of INSEC Business School. Please stay tuned until the end of this webinar because after the presentation, we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any question about the presentation or anything related to the institution, you can submit your question in YouTube's comment section anytime during the presentation. And now, please welcome INSAC Business School. Bonjour, monsieur.
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, but we cannot see your video, your face. Sorry.
Okay. Is it working now?
Yes, it works.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. So my name is Paul Bosso, and I'm part of the international admission team for the group INSEC. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview regarding my background, first of all. So I have 10 years of experience in the administrative and human resources field, mainly in France and also in Canada, where I spent over 7 years. And actually, I joined the group INSEC shortly after my return from Tomodo. So as you can imagine, I'm really aware of the positive effect of switching environments and living in a different country. And I know that it's not always easy, but it's a really good experience and it's totally worth it. And I also volunteered in a company organizing a soccer event for male and female, maybe. So today we're going to talk about the INSEC group, of course, and I'll break down the presentation in different sections. So INSEC history with key achievement is one of the part I'm going to talk about, like the most important dates and the key figures. We also going to mention the different campuses, inside and outside of Europe, and we are going to switch to the INSEC U divisions, like the different areas of expertise, and dig deeper into our group network. Because as you know, our students are generally curious to know the type of company that the group INSEC collaborate with. And then we are going to break down some of our programs and how they work. And then we're going to finish by the admission and application process, and also the part of contact and question. So we're going to leave a couple of minutes at the end of the presentation in order for you to be able to ask questions if there are some points that are still unclear for you guys, and also our contact information in case of you want to contact us separately, or if you have something specific that you want to address, you're also going to have the possibility to do so through our contact. I'm going to leave you guys our generic email address and my personal one, and I can also provide my phone number if necessary. So now I'm just going to do a quick presentation of my document.
Okay, while waiting, I just want to inform you that if you have any question about the presentation or anything related to the institution, you can submit your question in YouTube's comment section.
So is my document visible right now?
No, we are still download your document. A moment, maybe you can use your presentation because we are still downloading the document you sent.
Okay, so I just need to be able to share my screen because the document is open on my side. I don't know. I don't think you have access to it right now. Let me just try to see if I can quickly. All right then, so I think as of right now, everybody can see it, right? Trying to switch the way you guys can see it.
Je pense que pour projeter le PowerPoint, vous pouvez
Mhm.
cliquer la partie l'écran en bas de français ou bien France. Voilà, il y a ce petit bouton, il faut cliquer ça et après, voilà, vous pouvez projeter. Non, ça, en bas de français et France. Non, c'est pas celle-là, mais un peu à gauche. Voilà, en plus. OK, ça c'est parti là. Non, à côté. Avant, voilà, c'est parti là. Merci. Voilà.
Here we go. Merci beaucoup. Okay. Here we go. So as I previously mentioned, so right now we're going to talk about the history and the key achievements. Here we go. Sorry for that. So that part regarding the different experience and the specific dates. So there was a lot of acquisitions regarding the different schools and also the creation of certain campuses. So we mentioned Sub de Pub Digital School and London campuses, and also the division for wine and spirits, which was in 2006. So as you can see, the group keeps growing through the years, and that's a really good sign. I think that's something really important to acknowledge and mention. And regarding the key figures, it's just another to give you an idea of how big the group is. So we have 16 schools, 10 campuses in France and abroad, 28,000 students, 92 different nationalities, 345 faculty members, 515 academic partnerships, 6 incubators, and 100,000 alumni. Here you can see the different campuses regarding the globe, meaning we have campuses in France, in Lyon, Bordeaux, Chambéry, Geneva, Monaco, London, San Francisco, Shanghai, and Abidjan. Those are the different countries where you have campuses, inside campuses. So you have different cities in Europe. So inside Europe and outside, you have both. So the way our educative programs is set up. You have 4 different major areas of expertise. You have the management, the engineering, the communication and design, and you have the political science. So across these poles, INSEC provide a large range of training and also different type of trainings. So you have the initial way and continuous, you have blended and learning, and you have apprenticeship. And our program goes from the bachelor to DBS program. So here is another way to see the different type of programs. So that way you can see the different schools offering the different program or the different type of program that I previously mentioned. So for example, for management, this is something that you can find at EBS Paris, ESC, INSEC Bachelor, or MSc and BA, for example. Political science is something that you can find only in HEIP, HEIP. And engineering is something that you can find only in EC mainly. And Sub de Pub is the most famous regarding communication, digital, and creation. And here is another way to see the strength, our strengths, which is our network, because we work with different companies, and this is something that we built through the years. Our network, I mean. So since 1975, that's a really long time, and that proves that the link, the connections we made through the years are really solid. And I think that's a mark of trust. So just to give you an idea, we brought you a couple of brands, a couple of companies, a couple of firms that we work with, like for example, LVMH, Chanel, Dior, Apple, Toyota, Unilovers, Air France, KPMG. So I'm not going to mention all of them, but it's just to give you an overview, an idea of the different type of company we work with. This is something very different. We have a lot of different type of companies, different activities, different type of activities that those companies work for. And I think this is something that could be inspiring and give you a good overview of the type of company you will be able to work for after a diploma or even during, because there's also for some programs the possibility to directly being in contact during your program with those companies. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a multidisciplinary approach with different poles, different sectors. So we have business management, engineering, communication and digital, political science, and center of expertise. So those are the main areas. So if you take it one by one, the first one, business management, this is 25% international, and there is a high rate for employability. And we also have the accreditations, and the portfolio for this program is really huge. Then engineering, you can see that the international part is a little bit lower, which is normal, but the employability rate stays really low, really high, sorry. Here, we decided to take one example and break it down to give you a quick overview of the way the different programs are offered. This one is the Master in Luxury Management, and we divided two different years. The first one is a general class to understand the basics in that field. And the second year is the specialization. So you're gonna dig deeper and work with cosmetics, industry management. You're gonna study the fashion marketing, design, brand strategies, and also luxury brand management, food and wine. And we also provide you just few key elements to give you a better understanding. So this training is awarded by Under Universal and ranked number 10 in category luxury management. And this is something optional, but you have a learning tour in Seoul, South Korea, 8 days in immersion. So basically you have this trip to support your program. And I think it's always a good thing to be able to be on the field to see how things happens, and in the meantime you can relate both the theoretical part with the fact of practicing being on the field. And here, this is more general. We're talking about the master in general, the masters in English, and the way they are composed. So, for example, the first year, you have the programs like international finance, international management, marketing, wine and spirit, international sport management, digital business and sustainability management, and you have data management and artificial intelligence. As previously mentioned, the second year is the specialization. So you're gonna have more detailed formation, something really oriented. For example, you have commercial engineering and project management, European business management MBA, the new marketing trends and data, the management MBA, business development and entrepreneurship, the green digital purchasing and supply chain management, and the sustainable human management. I also quickly talked about the political science, saying that EHEF is the main school offering this type of program. And the way this program is composed, the first year you have 2 semesters of classes and 2 trimesters of classes and 1 trimester of internship. And the second year, this is 1 semester of classes and 1 semester of internship. So I think it's a good thing, as I previously mentioned, the fact that you have the possibility to be at school or receiving the classes, and on the other side, being able to practice on the field what you learned at school. So you have both components, which are really important. So a few key elements for this area. We have a Nobel Prize managing this department, and professors are ambassadors, secretary of states, business owners, because it's really important to understand and see that the courses are offered by someone who really know the field, someone who's expert. So in this case, you have those type of person handling the different programs and part of this area. And the last key element is the fact that classes includes geopolitics, international relations, diplomacy, and foreign languages. And the type of careers that you can embrace after this type of programs are ambassador, business diplomacy, lobbying, or consultant. So here is the way this program is composed, because I think programs related to politics are a little bit specific. So the first year, the example of course could be international trade practices, international economy geography, and import and export. And for example, second year, you could have international business and diplomacy and international business and public policies. This is that part is especially for a double degree program. This is something that you could do, and the careers that could offer that program are really different. So it could be, for example, institutional affairs officer, expert in public affairs and lobbying, and public sector consultant. Feel free to interrupt me if you feel that I'm going too fast, or if you need more explanation on certain areas.
Toujours bien, vous pouvez continuer.
D'accord. So here is another example of the different programs we offer, and this one is the bachelor program. Bachelor programs, you have 3 different years. The first one is the general classes to understand the different functional areas of a company. So it's kind of an introduction. So the different areas that could be reviewed are marketing, finance, human resources, management. And on top of that, you have 2 different internships. The second years is the moment you start digging deeper, and you are going to do workshop, seminars, case studies, and on top of that, you have 2 months of internship and the possibility to have 1 semester in London. This is one of the campuses you have the possibility to study. You have London, and you also have San Francisco campus. And the third year, you have the different options, which are international business and French wine and gastronomy. For this particular program, the different career paths could lead to marketing, business development, management, and entrepreneurship. Those are the different areas that you could work on as soon as you have this diploma, this certification, sorry. So this part is the accreditation, because the quality of our program is guaranteed by labels, certification, and accreditation. So I think it's really important to mention that the programs that we are offering are recognized, are acknowledged by the professional and by the different areas that I previously mentioned. So for example, you have a certification of our master degree by the French Ministry of Higher Education. You have international AMBA accreditation, level 1 and 2 certification from the CNP. So this is just to give you an idea of the type of accreditation we have and the different labels. So right now, this is the application and requirement process. For B1, the minimum requirement is a high school diploma. For B2, you have a certain number of European credits. This is how it works for B2, B3, and even the masters. So for Bachelor 1 and 2, you need between 60 credit and 120. For Master 1 and Master 2, you need between 180 credits and 240. And depending on if you want to have the program in a different language, you're going to have to pass or to present a test in the language you're going to have this program. So for example, you want a program in French, that's definitely a possibility, but you're going to have to provide a test like TCF, DALF, or DELF, which are the different tests that are offered for French. In English, that's the same thing. If in case, because I know it happened in certain cases, if you need English test, this is the same thing. You have different organisms and different companies offering those tests, like TOEFL, which is the most famous, TOEIC, and IELTS. And we have three different prices, different prices for our program. The bachelor, the price is 7,950. Then you have MSc MBA, which is 10,750. And then you have PGE, which is le programme Grande École, which is 9,750. And this is the price for 1 year. And if you would like to apply, or if you have more information about the way to apply, you can ask myself. And you also have the website in order for you to apply to one of this program. And this is how the process starts. You need to apply first online, and then we will review your application. So here are the information, as I mentioned, in case of you want to send us particular questions, or if you have any interrogation that you want to address now, you have the possibility. So now you have both options. You have the possibility to answer your questions right now if you want to, and you also have the possibility to email us. So I provided two different contacts. One is for my colleague Celia Onya, which is the one I usually do the webinars with. And the general one is international admissions for in case of you have any questions regarding the process of application or any question of the sort, just feel free to let us know.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Paul, pour votre présentation. Thank you for your presentation. Now we'll begin the Q&A session. The first question, it goes, for students having a master degree in language program, is there any possibility to be accepted in second year Master of International Relations? Thank you.
So it really depends on the student profile, because usually we like the person start from the Master 1, which is the general introduction, and this is the moment that the teachers teach the basics. So this is in order for you to arrive in Master 2 with solid knowledges. But if after reviewing your profile, so the interviews, your resumes, and the different diplomas you have, we feel that you will be able to go directly in Master 2, there's a possibility.
All right, merci beaucoup. The next question, it goes, what kind of document should be prepared to apply to your school?
So the document that we review are the resume and the diploma, which is the part that's gonna give us an idea of who we are facing just and I think this is something really important. After that, there's a documentation part for the visa, but this is not a part that we usually get involved. But regarding our way to process and the way to review the application, yes, we usually review in priority the different marks that the student had during the past and during the different certification he had, and the resume. So marks, certification, and resume.
All right. Merci beaucoup. The next question. For Indonesian high school students, is it okay to apply with their national high school diploma?
It is. It is. It is. The high school diploma is definitely a certification that we use for the application. So yes, this is something that Indonesian student could use.
All right. Merci beaucoup. The next question. Could you share the information about the living costs?
So this is not something that we disclose at this point, even if this is something that we could provide you in a short PDF document. And if the person or if the student has specific questions regarding the cost of life, this is something that we could easily reply. So it's a little bit hard to explain it verbally, but this is something that we can easily provide in writing.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Thank you for the answer. The next question is, what is the minimum of GPA if I want to enroll to international relation program?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is the minimum of GPA to apply to the international relation program for master degree?
So is it the number of credit that the student is referring
Non,
to?
en fait, la question c'est sur la note finale de la licence. Est-ce que vous avez commandé, par exemple, le minimum note pour les étudiants ou, voilà.
Okay, so the final mark is part of the component that we review. So of course you need to be above the average, but this is not the only point that we are going to review. So the mark is important, but this is part of the information we are going to review.
All right, thank you. The next question, it goes, for international student, is there any possibility to do the part-time job during the study? Thank you.
There's the possibility, but this is something that needs to be verified with the visa, because we know certain visa doesn't offer the possibility to the student to be able to work on the side. So as long as this is permitted by the visa, the student has the possibility to do it here.
Could you share the information what kind of job, part-time job student could do in France?
So it depends. It could be in retails. Those are the ones that are usually easy to get when you're coming from a different environment, I would say. And you also have call centers position. Those are the type of positions that a student could get, but I would say in retails mainly, and sometimes even inside the schools itself, there's opportunities. Not always, but that could happen.
Thank you for your answer. Next question, it goes, what kind of support the campus provide for international students?
In terms of support, could you be a little bit more specific? Like, are you
Like how to find the apartment, how to do the administrative like the visa or fee or admission procedure about a bank account or immigration issue?
Mhm.
Thank you.
So, unfortunately, we are not involved in the immigration process, as I mentioned previously. But I know in terms of housing, apartments, and this type of areas, we work with partners, so we can provide the names and the link to the students, and the school itself generally has more information and sometimes campuses. So there are multiple options, I would say.
Okay, thank you for your answer. The next question, and it would be the last question. For the internship program, do you have students to find a place for internship? Thank you.
So internship is a little bit specific because you have to had previously stayed in France for a year. That's the minimum requirement. If there was a part of your life where you lived in France for at least a year, you're eligible for internship.
So your campus helps students to find the place for internship program, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your answer.
Welcome.
I guess that's the end of our Q&A session. Just a reminder that you can connect with the representative through the information given earlier. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Paul, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Bye. And to all the audience, thank you for watching. And for your information, we organized Virtual Fair today, where you can connect directly with the university. Kindly visit our website event.ehef.id and go to the exhibitor site. Thank you and see you in our next session.
Hello?
Hello everyone. Welcome back to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Anton Hilman. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by the representative of Junior Grandes Écoles d'Ingénieurs, Graduate School of Engineering. Please stay tuned until the end of this webinar because after the presentation, we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any question about the presentation or anything related to the institution, you can submit your question in YouTube comment section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome Junior Grandes Écoles d'Ingénieurs, Graduate School of Engineering. Monsieur Frédéric, le temps est à vous.
Villemot. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Anton. How are you? Thank you.
I'm good.
Nice.
Merci beaucoup.
Hello, Indonesia. How is everybody? I need to share my presentation with you. That's what I'm doing now. Okay. Okay. So welcome to Junior, everybody. My name is Frédéric Villemot, and I will present why the three schools, because we are in fact a federation of three engineering schools, and they here mentioned on your screen. You can see we have ESA, which is a school specialized in agricultural science, environmental science, and food technology. HEI, which is an engineering school, generic, more general engineering, which is mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, medical engineering, and many other topics. And the last one is ISEN, from Junior. ISEN, ISEN, is a school specialized in electronics. So just some figures here. Of course, we are the three Grandes Écoles, and the Grandes Écoles are the top institutions in France. They are business schools or engineering schools most of the time, and we are that group of Grandes Écoles, we call that. We have about 5,000 students, and amongst them 15% are international students. We say on that slide that we have 45 different nationalities. In fact, the last count we did from last intake, we had 65 nationalities on campus. I forgot to tell you, the main campus is in Lille. Lille is located in the north of France on the Belgian border. So it's very close to Brussels, the European capital, but also it's only 1 hour from Paris. So it's a very good location. A lot of headquarters from companies are located in that area. And the second campus where we student is in Bordeaux in the southwest of France. In fact, that's where I am at the moment. It's a lovely place, and the campus is fairly new, and it's growing. And we are planning to build a brand new one starting next year. The one important number here is 98% of professional placement within 4 months, which means our students, once they graduate, most of them, nearly 100%, have a job very, very quickly. So that's a big achievement. All right. So I'll leave you with those numbers. Okay, we are part of the Catholic University of Lille, which is the largest private institution in France. And that university, you have access to all the facilities. Obviously, you can read that, but we have 18 Grandes Écoles and institutes in part of that university, and a total of 32,000 students. All right. So, as I said before, we are part of the Grandes Écoles, Conférence des Grandes Écoles, and we also awards certified by the CTI, which is a Conférence the titre d'ingénieur. And as a result, all the students coming out and finishing their course with us are certified engineers. So they have a certified engineering degree, which is very important when you look for jobs, not just in France, but anywhere around the world. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about the programs now, because that's why you're probably most interested in. I'm going to start with ISEN, I-S-E-N. That's engineering for the numeric, we say, it's anything to do with electronics, basically. So we have programs in English. In English, we have big data, embedded electronics, and software development. We'll probably by next September have bio nanotechs, but I can't really confirm that today. That's those programs at postgraduate level. In undergrad, we only offer the international bachelor, which is a 3-year program at the moment. The first 2 years are in Lille and in Bordeaux, and for the first 2 years. Then the 3rd year, you go to the UK, and at the end of the 3rd year, you receive a bachelor. After that, you can decide if you want to come back to France to finish the 2 years with us to obtain your master's degree and your engineering degree, or you can stay in the UK or go anywhere else around the world, apply for anywhere else where you want. So that's the programs in English at ISEN. If you can speak French and a bit of French, and you can enter the French programs, we have 4 other options in French, and they are listed here in French language because obviously they are delivered in French. All right, now at HEI, unfortunately, at the moment we only have 1 postgrad program in English, which is Smart and Resilient Cities. It's a very interesting program. You need to have done some undergrad course in architecture, engineering, civil engineering, and have an interest for that program. And as well, you can study the international bachelor, as I explained before, for ISEN, the same program. Okay, so the students for the same program, and it's later that they specialize during the postgrad. We have many programs in French, as you can see. Obviously, we are working to develop some of those courses in English. Hopefully, we'll have that by next September, but I can't confirm that at the moment. And the last, the 3rd school, it's ISA, ISA, and you can see the programs in English: food science, agricultural economics, marketing and management, and science. So those programs are graduate programs in year 4 and 5, M1, M2, if you want. And so they're the 4 programs in English. And basically the same programs are also delivered in French. We have for all the schools undergrad programs as well, but they are in French, and they are 2+1 programs. So 2 years of preparatory plus the 3rd year in one of those schools, and then the 4th and the 5th year the undergrad, the postgraduate program I just showed you before. Now, regarding the admission, and the language requirements. So if you choose a French program, here are the requirements, and as well, if you prefer to do an English program, if it's available, you have the requirements here. But obviously, you can see that it's or B1 or B2 level of language you need to enter those programs. In terms of academic requirements, when we accept students in year 1 and 2, students coming out of high school will need to have strong marks in maths, physics, and it can be biology depending on the course you choose. But really, you need to show that you have a solid ground in technical subjects. Obviously, if you studied history, geography, we're not really interested in those subjects. For year 3, you'll need to, if you want to enter in year 3, you'll need to have studied and successfully completed a course, a 2-year course or a 3-year course, bachelor type, in a relevant field. Again, if you studied something in in maths, in physics, in engineering, in science, that's like we can look at your application. And for year 4, to enter in year 4, you will need to have done at least a 3-year bachelor. To graduate from a master's degree, you'll need to study 2 years with us. So we accept students in year 4. We don't accept students in year 5 because of the requirements from the French government to become an engineer, a certified engineer. You need to have studied 2 years minimum with us. All right. The tuition fees, it depends really on the program. So here you've got for the international bachelor, you've got the price, which is 7,950 euros for the first and the second year. The third year price is established by the UK partner. At the moment, with the Brexit, we not know exactly what will be the price for next year. And for that reason, we're also negotiating at the moment different partnerships with universities in Finland, Denmark, Switzerland. And obviously, the students will then have the choice between 1, 2, 3, 4 different institutions, which is great. And for the engineering degree, I would call, year 1 and 2, you have the price here. Year 3 as well, depends on the program you'll do. It's between 8,000 and 10,000, let's say. And year 4 and 5, it's basically 10,000 euros per year. I can send you the list if you need it. And we have scholarships available. It's on academic results, so it's on merit. And we also have a 500 early bird, we call, for application received before the end of March. Regarding tuition fees, I think that's it. Of course, we, like most universities and schools in France and elsewhere, we look after the students. We are in contact with them before they arrive, giving them all the information needed. We assist them with the visa. We organize accommodation for the students, and we follow them before, during, and after they study with us. Association, and they're very useful for you because they contact with you before, and on the day you arrive, if you wish, they can come to welcome you at the train station in Lille or in Bordeaux, and they will guide you to your accommodation, and they will give you the first information about the city where you'll study and your life as an international student in Lille or in Bordeaux. We also introduce a new concept, which is the Student Concierge Club. For a small fee, you can join that club, and you got an emergency number 7 days a week and 24 hours a day. So it's a very useful service. It's the service is outside of Junior, but we are working with them and we are in constant contact with them. If there's any issue, they contact us and we and thank you for attending this presentation. I wanted to make it quick because I know you maybe have some question. It's better if I answer your questions. Here you have my email address and also the admission email address.
Okay. Merci beaucoup
De rien.
pour votre présentation. En fait, nous avons toujours 15 minutes pour la présentation. Si vous avez quelque chose ou bien la vidéo à projeter, je vous en prie.
Well, I don't have a video. One important thing about us is that we are in fact located in Lille and in Bordeaux, and they are two major cities in France. However, it is much cheaper to live in Lille and in Bordeaux than it is in Paris. However, we are very close to Paris, but it's easier for international students to adapt to a smaller city and a cheaper city than it is in Paris. The students can work 20 hours per week with their student visa. And one important thing is to become an engineer, you must do some internships in France. And for example, on the 5th year, the last semester is an internship. And in France, the students doing internships must be paid. It's by law. So there is a minimum wage. However, especially in 5th year, the companies pay more than the minimum wage because they tend to want to make sure that the students are happy working with them. And most of the time, if the student does a good job during the internship, it leads to a full-time employment. As I say before, 98% of our students get a full-time job within the next 4 months after graduation. So a lot of them, after the internship, are employed by the same company. So that's important to know that our interns become employees after. And I guess for the students, that's the final. The aim is to find a job and quickly in the field of study. Is it question time or is it too early?
Yep. We will begin the Q&A session. Okay, and I will read the question from the YouTube comment section. Okay, the first question.
Yes.
It goes, what kind of the document should be prepared to apply to your school?
Okay, so to apply, you need your transcripts.
Transcript, yeah.
Depends what you studied before, which level you are, if it's a high school or if it's a bachelor. But we need to see what you studied before, your marks, and the comments from eventually from the teachers. What we'll need a copy of your passport. We'll need a CV, a letter of motivation. Okay, to support your application. They're the basic documents. Obviously, we need to make sure that you have the right level of language if you want to do a course in French or in English, because of course we don't want you to be in trouble when you arrive, and it's to make sure that you meet all our requirements. They're the basic documents. After that, we may ask you a couple more information, very rarely, but it could be. And you may have also an interview for year 4 students. It's all students starting in year 4. have an interview, and for the others, it's not systematic, but it's possible. But maybe not. It depends if we have doubts or questions we want to ask you in person, so face to face by distance, of course.
Okay, thank you for your answer. The next question, it goes,
Yes.
for Indonesian document, do we need to translate in English or in French? Thank you.
It doesn't matter because everybody we in the admission or in the international department understands the two languages. So basically, if you do a course in English, I would say do everything in English, and if you do a course in French, try to do everything in French, but doesn't really matter as long as it's translated, because I don't think anybody speak Indonesian. Did I answer your question?
Sorry.
I can't hear
Yes.
you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you for your answer. The next question, it goes, for Indonesian student, is it okay to apply with their national high school diploma? And do your school offer the program for bachelor degree? Thank you.
Yes, of course, you can apply with your high school diploma. That's the first answer. And the second question was, do you offer a bachelor degree? Okay,
Yes, bachelor degree program.
we offer the all right. Our degrees are 5-year degree. All right. So if you enter the engineering degree, which is a 5-year degree, you can stop after the 3rd year, but we will not give you a bachelor. You need to do the 5 years. If you want a bachelor, you need to do the international bachelor that we offer, and it's in English, as explained. The first 2 years are in France, and the 3rd year is abroad. We are preparing bachelor's degree, but they won't be ready before maybe next September. But the entry, the start date are for the next year. But I can't confirm that. Okay, so we have one bachelor, which is the international bachelor, and for the other, we don't issue a bachelor after year 3. You need to continue. So if the English path, yes, we have a bachelor. If you take the French path, no, we don't have a bachelor. It's a 5-year degree.
Okay, merci beaucoup for your answer. The next question, it goes, as for Indonesian students who need to study for 4 years for undergraduate degree, will the 3rd year student be eligible to apply for postgraduate program?
Yes, the answer is yes. You can apply. We'll need to see your transcripts and to see if you meet entry requirement for year 4. It depends on your, which studies you did, your marks, and you can apply. Will you be able to enter the fourth year for a postgraduate? It is possible, but I can't be 100% sure the students will be admitted. We have that issue with some students who have a bachelor from some countries. They studied 3 years, and we accept them in 3rd year, not in 4th year. Depends on the country, depends on the university, depends on the marks. They can apply, and we'll make an offer. We'll say yes, you can, or no, you can't. All right.
All right, thank you for your answer.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, okay. Next question, it goes,
Yeah.
Sir, I want to ask for the international student that want to enroll into your university. What if they can't speak
French.
French, sorry, yes.
Okay, well, if they don't speak French, they have to speak English, and they can enter the English
Program.
programs.
Yeah.
If they are at undergraduate level, they need to enter the international bachelor, and if they are postgrad level, they need to enter different programs. If they don't speak French, they will learn French if they come to France, and we offer anyway French as a second language courses. It's part of our program because I think it's important when you live in the country to learn the basics, or it can be very difficult, not on campus but outside in the day-to-day life. Anton, you studied in France, I know, so you know how it is. Most of the French can speak English, but most of the French they prefer to speak the French language, of course.
All right. Thank you for the
So
answer.
the answer, if you don't speak French, you can join us, but you have to enter the English course.
So for the international program, what is the minimum of TOEFL or IELTS score?
Okay, to enter that, you need a B1 level. So I would say it's the equivalent is not exact, but it will be a 5.5 IELTS.
Okay. Do you have some presentation about this language level? Tunggu ya, Mas.
Okay, for
Hello, monsieur. On vous entend
can you
pas?
hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, the internet is not very strong between France and Indonesia at the moment, so it says my screen. You've got you've got the English requirement here listed.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yes, we can see.
Sorry,
we can see your
I changed.
presentation.
I changed the screen. So what we say is you need a B2 English level is required, as well as a B1 to enter EHEF. To enter the sorry, I didn't say that, but to enter the program at bachelor level, you need a B1. A B1. Okay.
Level. Okay. Thank you for your answer. Next question. Could you explain us more about the living in your city?
Yes.
In Lille and in Bordeaux. Thank you.
Okay, so we did a study on the cost of living, and basically we now say it's 650 euros per month for accommodation and food and all the living expenses. So 650 euros per month, that's the cost. Now, as I said before, you can work part-time jobs. Obviously, when you're a student, the typical part-time jobs are, in supermarkets, in restaurants, easy jobs, I would say, part-time, so they're not huge jobs. But by working, first you improve your French, or you learn French, and secondly, you can cover your living expenses or most of it. All right. Now, when I say 650, some students live with less. Some people live at share an accommodation, and so the living is lower. The cost of living is lower, but as I say, Lille and Bordeaux are big cities, obviously very different. One is in the far north of France, close to Belgium, and Bordeaux is in the southwest,
All right, thank you very much. Next question. It goes, is there any possibility to do the part-time job during the study?
Yes, as I said, 20 hours per week is allowed. So 20 hours per week, and as I explained before, we have composed part of most of the courses. So internships are paid in France and in Europe in general, I think. So you can work outside the program, and it's also part of the program because you must do internships.
All right, thank you very much for your answer. The next question, it goes, for internship program, do you help students to find the internship program?
Yes. So yes, at junior, what is very important, it's the link we have with companies. As an engineering group of school, we have, we have a network of partners, companies that we work with. We do research with them, but also students do internship with them. And we have, of course, a list of companies that we work with. And there is an office specialized in helping students finding jobs and finding internships. So we assist them. However, we also encourage students to apply to different companies to look for their own place. They will need anyway to apply, have a CV, and to go to interview. It's a normal process, so it's good for them to learn how to do that. But we assist them, yes, indeed.
All right, thank you for the answer. The next question, it goes, hi, if I study in your university, is it possible to do internship in Indonesia?
Yeah, of course. Of course, it is possible as long as the internship is coherent with the study. I mean, obviously, we don't want a student studying engineering. No, let's say mechanical engineering, and doing an internship packing shelves in a supermarket in Jakarta or in Bandung or in Surabaya, wherever. You see, yes, why not? It's fantastic.
All right, thank you for the answer. The next question, it goes, after graduation, is there any possibilities to find a job and living in Paris, in France?
Yes, so if you graduate with an engineering degree, certified engineering degree from junior, you can stay after your graduation. You can stay 2 years and work legally in France. Now, then after that, you need to apply for a carte de séjour, and obviously, if you are a graduate from France, if you work in France for a French company or foreign companies, but if you work in France, if you're established, obviously you all speak, the student will speak French by then. They can apply to like it's a residency card, the equivalent. But yes, it is possible.
All right, thank you very much for your answer. Next question, do you provide the scholarship for Indonesian students?
Sorry?
Do you provide the scholarship for Indonesian students?
Yes, we give scholarships. We give scholarships to students on the academic level, and and um, and also we have an early bird that we provide, a early bird discount that we provide to students applying before the end of March.
All right, thank you very much. The next question, and it would be the last question of this webinar.
Sure.
The question is, what is the biggest challenge faced by the international student study in your school?
Well, I would say if they don't speak French, that's a French language. um, and but because a lot of people speak English, and more and more people speak English, should be okay. Of course, there's the cultural shock between Indonesia and France. The lifestyle is different. What we eat is different. But I think they adjust very quickly because of there's less people. Obviously, the density is lower in France. The density of people, and they will find that Bordeaux and Lille are very peaceful compared to Surabaya or Jakarta. I've been to Indonesia many times. Been to Samarang, Bandung, and Medan, and many places around Indonesia. And I found, of course, the traffic and the density of people is very different. So I think it's quite easy to adjust. If you're coming from Indonesia, it's quite easy to. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
On vous entend pas avant pour quelques mots et après, voilà, on vous attend.
Ah, je suis désolé.
Ok. Avant de terminer, vous avez quelque chose à informer ou...
Non, écoutez, si les étudiants ont des questions, ils peuvent m'écrire. J'ai donné mon adresse mail, qu'ils n'hésitent pas. Je serais très heureux de les renseigner.
Right. Okay, for all students, if you have any question, don't hesitate to write to Monsieur Frédéric. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I guess that's the end of our Q&A session. Just a reminder that you can still connect with the representative through the information given earlier. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Frédéric, for your presentation.
Merci
bye
beaucoup
bye.
et bye-bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye. À bientôt.
Goodbye, Indonesia. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, and to all the audience, thank you for watching. And for your information, we organized virtual fair today, where you can connect directly with the university. Kindly visit our website, event.ehef.id, and go to the exhibitor hall. Thank you, and see you in our next session. Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. Nama saya Anton Hilman, saya akan menjadi moderator untuk webinar kali ini. Webinar kali ini akan dibawakan oleh Le Cordon Bleu Paris. Silahkan Anda mengikuti webinar sampai dengan selesai, karena setelah presentasi akan ada sesi tanya jawab. Jika Anda memiliki pertanyaan berkaitan dengan presentasi atau apapun yang berkaitan dengan Le Cordon Bleu Paris, kamu bisa menuliskan pertanyaan tersebut di YouTube comment section selama presentasi ini berlangsung. And now, please welcome Le Cordon Bleu Paris. Halo, Mbak Lydia.
Halo.
Halo Mbak Lydia. Ya.
Hai Anton, how are you?
I'm
Apa
good,
kabar?
thank you.
Bonjour.
Baik, bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Mbak Lydia, kameranya boleh dinyalakan?
Oke, let me check.
Oke. Ya.
Ya, oke.
Saya persilahkan ya.
Yes. Sudah bisa melihat apa PowerPoint di screen, Anton?
Belum, boleh di-share sekali lagi.
Oke, I'll try, oke. Karena tadi barusan aku udah coba, tapi ternyata belum. Ekran partage. Oke. Coba ya. Oke, can you see it now?
Sudah, silahkan.
Sudah, oke. Oke, bonjour, halo, selamat sore, apa petang di Indonesia, rekan-rekan sekalian, teman-teman sekalian. Nama saya Lydia dari Le Cordon Bleu Paris, dan terima kasih waktunya untuk EHEF. Hari ini aku juga ditemani oleh Fendi Herianto dari kantor Le Cordon Bleu di Indonesia. So, this afternoon, I will talk specifically about Le Cordon Bleu Paris. Okay, Le Cordon Bleu International memiliki 35 institut di 20 negara, dan we have 20,000 graduates per year. Okay, sorry. Anton masih bisa kelihatan presentasinya? Fendi?
Saya sekarang kelihatan, tadi hanya melihat muka Mbak saja. Ya,
Oke, sekarang udah bisa? Oke, sekarang bisa ya? Oke. So we have all over the world, we have 130 chefs teaching for all of our students. And di Paris, is a very unique campus. This is the flagship campus yang paling pertama untuk Le Cordon Bleu Campus. Tahun ini Le Cordon Bleu merayakan 125 tahun anniversary, dan kampus Paris adalah kampus terbesar. Kami memiliki 1.000 students yang datang dari lebih dari 100 different nationalities. More than 100 different nationalities are on our campus. So this is a very unique. We have people coming from the minimum 18 years old. Jadi minimum age 18 tahun, tidak ada maximum age untuk belajar di Le Cordon Bleu Paris. Okay. Di Le Cordon Bleu Paris, kami menawarkan program culinary arts tentunya, dan kami juga menawarkan program manajemen. Untuk program culinary arts, kami memiliki program untuk pastry, cuisine, boulangerie, dan kami membedakan program dengan internship dan tanpa internship. Untuk program-program yang ada program internship di dalam studinya, kami menyebutnya culinary art programs in professional immersion. Ya, saya akan membahas satu persatu untuk program studi culinary arts-nya. Saya mulai dengan program yang namanya Grand Diplôme. Jadi Grand Diplôme adalah program yang sangat-sangat terkenal di Le Cordon Bleu. Grand Diplôme sebetulnya adalah studi cuisine dan pastry pada saat yang bersamaan. Untuk teman-teman yang belum tahu banyak mengenai culinary, study of cuisine adalah studi yang memfokus untuk membuat makanan main meal, menu utama. Tetapi untuk program cuisine, students juga akan belajar makanan pembuka, appetizer, dan makanan penutup, dessert, tetapi fokusnya memang di makanan utamanya, the main meal. So this is the cuisine program. Sementara untuk pastry pastry itu lebih fokus kepada dessert dan teman-temannya, termasuk coklat, termasuk sugar work ya, dan tidak sentuh sama sekali untuk main meal ya. Jadi memang pastry itu khusus untuk cakes dan teman-temannya. Di Le Cordon Bleu untuk satu diploma de cuisine ya, diploma cuisine dibagi menjadi 3 level, yaitu basic cuisine, kemudian intermediate cuisine dan superior cuisine. Ketika students menyelesaikan 3 level ini, basic, intermediate, superior, maka students akan mendapatkan gelar diplôme de cuisine, diploma of cuisine. Demikian pula untuk program pastry. Kalau misalnya students do dari awal basic pastry, intermediate pastry, dan superior pastry, maka students akan lulus dengan program diplôme de pastry. Students yang memilih untuk belajar dua-duanya baik cuisine maupun pastry akan lulus dengan gelar grand diplôme. Ya, jadi akan ada satu ijazah lagi namanya grand diplôme. Jadi grand diplôme essentially a study of both diplôme de cuisine and diplôme de pâtisserie. Berapa lama sih untuk belajar grand diplôme? Grand diplôme itu bisa diselesaikan dalam waktu 9 bulan. Jadi dalam waktu 9 bulan, students bisa belajar baik cuisine maupun pâtisserie pada saat yang bersamaan. Kamu boleh memilih mau belajar cuisine saja. Kalau mau belajar cuisine saja, then you can do diplôme de cuisine in 9 months. Atau kalau mau belajar pastry saja, then you can do diplôme de pastry in 9 months. Kemudian bagi teman-teman yang sudah berkarir, tapi memang punya passion untuk belajar culinary dan masih mikir-mikir mungkin mau pindah jurusan, maka program kami ini yang namanya basic, intermediate, superior ini bisa diambil satu persatu. Jadi misalnya teman-teman yang sedang bekerja tetapi punya waktu mungkin sekitar 6 minggu atau 3 bulan dan mau mencoba kira-kira saya cocok nggak ya belajar cuisine pastry, maka bisa datang ke Le Cordon Bleu Paris untuk mengambil satu level saja. Basic cuisine atau basic pastry. Nah, untuk mengerjakan satu level ini kita bisa kerjakan dalam waktu 3 bulan, atau di Paris juga ada program intensif, jadi students bisa belajar dalam waktu 6 minggu untuk program basic cuisine atau basic pastry. Ya. Oke, saya move on ke program yang sama, Grand Diplôme in Professional Immersion. Jadi tadi saya sudah sebutkan bahwa untuk program Professional Immersion ini di dalam program studinya ada internship-nya. Jadi programnya sama persis, kurikulumnya sama persis seperti Grand Diplôme yang normal yang tidak ada internship. Untuk Grand Diplôme in Professional Immersion, students harus ada on the job training di Le Cordon Bleu yang namanya professional application. Jadi students akan belajar basic, intermediate, cuisine, pastry. Kemudian akan ada yang namanya professional application. Professional applications ini adalah on the job training di Le Cordon Bleu. Jadi Le Cordon Bleu Paris, kami memiliki kafetaria di kampus dan kafetaria ini terbuka untuk umum. Jadi siapapun bisa datang untuk dine in, untuk makan di kafe. Jadi students yang sedang do professional application, dia akan on the job training di production kitchen dan di cafe juga. Jadi di production kitchen role-nya akan diatur sehingga students akan belajar untuk menghitung stok, menyimpan stok, kemudian juga untuk production sendiri seperti apa, dan di cafe bagaimana cara melayani customer. Oke. Setelah professional application, students juga akan belajar superior, kemudian internship. Ya, kalau students hanya mengambil satu bidang saja, cuisine saja, maka internship-nya hanya 4 bulan. Tapi kalau misalnya mengambil dua-duanya, maka internship-nya menjadi 6 bulan. 3 bulan di cuisine, 3 bulan di pastry. Untuk program Grand Diplôme in Professional Immersion ini, total belajarnya adalah 18 bulan. Ya. Nah, internship itu dibantu dicarikan oleh Le Cordon Bleu Paris, oleh tim kami, tetapi students boleh memilih kira-kira mau internship di mana, di restoran kah, atau mau di butik hotel, atau mau di hotel bintang 5, atau mau di Michelin restoran. Itu ada beberapa options, beberapa pilihan untuk students. Kamu boleh memilih, tetapi tetap ada interview sebelumnya. Ya. Dan internship di Paris yang lebih dari 2 bulan itu dibayar. Gaji internship seorang intern itu sekitar 500 euro per bulannya. Ya. Nah, di Le Cordon Bleu Paris di Le Cordon Bleu Paris kami mengajarkan dengan metode demonstrasi dan praktikal. Jadi maksudnya adalah students akan masuk ke kelas-kelas demonstrasi di mana chef akan memberikan pengajaran, menjelaskan teknik-teknik yang harus dipelajari dengan cara membuat resepnya. Jadi semua students akan fokus untuk melihat bagaimana chef create recipes on that day. Nah, setelah kelas demonstrasi, students akan masuk ke kelas praktikal, di mana di kelas praktikal yang maksimum hanya 16 students aja, semua students itu harus recreate apa yang diajarkan oleh chefs hari itu. Jadi ini sangat-sangat praktikal untuk students. Semua masing-masing harus by the end of the class, semua student harus bisa memperlihatkan kepada chef hasil masakannya hari itu. Dan setiap ada kelas pasti ada penilaian dari chef berdasarkan rasanya, berdasarkan platingnya, artistiknya, dan kemudian workflow-nya juga dinilai. Ya, jadi selalu ada assessment ongoing. Kemudian selain cuisine dan pastry, kami juga ada program double diploma, pastry and boulangerie, dan juga ada program boulangerie saja. Ya, jadi kalau misalnya kamu tertarik untuk program pastry, maka kamu bisa belajar programnya bersamaan dengan program boulangerie. Ya, sama seperti tadi konsepnya Grand Diplom. Jadi kita belajarnya sama-sama. Contohnya kalau untuk yang professional immersion tetap belajarnya 18 bulan. Kalau yang tanpa internship itu belajarnya hanya 9 bulan saja dan bisa lulus dua-duanya pastry dan boulangerie. Dan kalau misalnya tertarik hanya boulangerie saja, jadi aku belum jelaskan boulangerie itu produk-produk. Kalau di Paris itu kita punya toko roti boulangerie yang produk-produknya kayak sangat-sangat spesifik, ya roti, baguette, sourdough bread, jadi berbagai macam bread, dan juga berbagai macam viennoiserie, jadi seperti pastry ya. Jadi di boulangerie belajarnya itu saja, tidak belajar cake atau sugar atau coklat, hanya belajar bread and Danish ya, berbagai macam bread dan Danish, baik yang sekarang mungkin juga di Indonesia lagi terkenal seperti kayak sourdough, rye bread, jadi roti-roti healthy itu masuknya ke boulangerie. Dan boulangerie ini programnya hanya 3 bulan saja, bukan 6 bulan ya. 3 bulan saja, 6 bulan ini hanya kalau kita padukan dengan program pastry. Jadi untuk program boulangerie, programnya hanya 3 bulan saja. Dan untuk program 3 bulan ini, students bisa datang ke Paris dengan turis visa saat ini ya. Program diplom de boulangerie dibagi 2, ada basic boulangerie, kemudian juga ada advance boulangerie. Juga again bisa diambil satu persatu, kalau mau mulai dengan basic boulangerie dulu boleh. Jadi bisa datang ke Prancis hanya untuk belajar basic boulangerie selama 6 minggu. Kemudian ketika ada waktu lagi baru menyelesaikan program advance boulangerie, bisa seperti itu. Oke. Bagi teman-teman yang juga mau memiliki skills dalam manajemen dan entrepreneurship, kami memiliki program yang namanya Diploma in Culinary Management. Jadi setelah belajar program cuisine atau pastry atau boulangerie, pengen punya skills management, entrepreneur, how to set up the business itself. Kami ada program Diploma in Culinary Management yang lamanya hanya 3 bulan saja. This is on top of the Culinary Arts program. Ya. Jadi untuk program ini masih ada ke dapur sekitar 25%. Kemudian sisanya lebih ke kitchen. Ya. Jadi tetap ada masuk ke kitchennya juga. Oke. Di tahun 2021 tahun depan, Le Cordon Bleu Paris akan introduce beberapa new program. Yang pertama adalah ini Diploma in Gastronomy, Nutrition and Food Trend. Ya, jadi untuk program diploma untuk Gastronomy, Nutrition and Food Trend terbuka untuk umum, terbuka untuk siapa saja yang memiliki sedikit culinary background dan belajarnya memang lebih ke ya ini nutrition, food trend, principles of nutrition, kemudian food safety and microbiology. In line with what's happening with the world right now, semua orang mencari healthy food ya. Jadi ini lebih seperti itu. Di program ini masih ada 30% practical, jadi students tetap ke dapur dan memasak this healthy food. Okay. The next one adalah Diploma in Pastry Innovation and Wellness. Jadi mulai bulan Juli tahun 2021 kami akan mengadakan program, kami akan menawarkan program ini. Jadi program ini sangat menarik, lamanya 3 bulan, juga terbuka untuk umum dan tetapi memang harus punya background pastry karena ini adalah program yang sangat praktikal di mana dari week 1 sampai week 12 itu memang selalu ada di kitchen untuk recreate resepi menggunakan healthy ingredients. Jadi substitute untuk butter misalnya, substitute untuk gula. Apa sih yang sesuai inline dengan the current food trends dan health food trends at the moment ya. Tetapi di sini tetap students recreate the pastry. Jadi memang 100% is a practical program. Untuk program-program culinary arts, kami ada 4 kali penerimaan dalam setahun, yaitu di bulan Januari, April, Juli, dan Oktober. So untuk bulan Januari tentunya udah tidak keburu ya sekarang. Jadi the next one is April, Juli dan Oktober, dan Prancis sampai saat ini juga terbuka untuk international students dan students bisa proses student visa dari sekarang ini. Oke, next. Oh sorry, just sedikit requirement untuk daftar program culinary arts. Program culinary arts di Le Cordon Bleu itu semuanya diajarkan dalam bahasa Prancis oleh chef, tetapi ada translator langsung ke dalam bahasa Inggris ya. Jadi students harus bisa either bahasa Prancis atau bahasa Inggris. Untuk program culinary arts, requirement-nya adalah IELTS 5,0. Tidak ada requirement bahasa Prancis kecuali untuk program professional immersion. Students yang datang untuk ambil program professional immersion dengan internship harus memiliki French level A1 dan A2. Ya. Dan program A1 dan A2 ini bisa dilakukan di Indonesia atau kalau mau dilakukan di Le Cordon Bleu pada saat bersamaan dengan program culinary-nya juga bisa. Selain itu, untuk program culinary arts, kami juga memerlukan high school diploma, jadi lulus SMA kelas 3. Okay. Moving on to the next program, di Le Cordon Bleu Prancis, kami ada di Le Cordon Bleu Paris, kami ada program menawarkan program bachelor S1 bisnis dan dengan 2 major, yaitu culinary arts dan international hospitality management. Untuk program ini, kami menyelenggarakan bekerjasama dengan Dauphine, Paris Dauphine University, dan Paris Dauphine University adalah salah satu universitas negeri ternama di Prancis. Jadi nanti students akan belajar baik di Le Cordon Bleu maupun di Paris Dauphine University dan lulus dengan 2 gelar, satu dari Le Cordon Bleu Paris dan satu dari Paris Dauphine University. So the Bachelor of Business adalah program 3 tahun. It is an all English program dengan IELTS. Kami perlu IELTS 5,5 untuk entrance. Kemudian kami juga untuk students yang tidak bisa berbahasa Prancis tentunya harus belajar bahasa Prancis ketika belajar S1 ini. Jadi students non French speakers harus belajar bahasa Prancis di program ini dan memilih satu lagi bahasa either Spanish atau Mandarin. Ya. Nah, program ini di tahun pertama adalah tahun di mana students belajar mix of practical dan theory lessons yang berhubungan dengan hotel management dan restoran management. Jadi students akan belajar subjek-subjek management, marketing, entrepreneurship, macam-macam. Tapi students juga akan belajar basic skills in the kitchen operation. Jadi students akan masuk ke dapur, students akan practice boulangerie, akan practice cuisine and pastry juga. Dan programnya selama 5 bulan pertama belajar, kemudian 5 bulan berikutnya internship. Internshipnya di mana? Student visanya memperbolehkan students untuk internship di Prancis. Ya. Dan di tahun kedua, students juga akan belajar, harus memilih untuk belajar basic cuisine atau basic pastry atau basic boulangerie, boleh di Paris ataupun di negara lain di mana ada Le Cordon Bleu kampus. Jadi ada students yang ambil basic cuisine di London, ada yang ambil di Jepang. Nah, setelah menyelesaikan program basic cuisine atau pastry atau boulangerie-nya, maka tetap harus kembali ke Paris untuk menyelesaikan program manajemennya. Ya. Kemudian move on to the next internship. Internship-nya again di Prancis dan dibantu dicarikan di tahun pertama. Tahun kedua juga ada assistant untuk mencari pekerjaan, tetapi tetap semuanya students harus go for interview. Ya. Di tahun yang ketiga, it's an all management study. Jadi di sini juga ada proyek besar di mana students akan mengerjakan a big project, membuat business plan, kemudian mempresentasikan that business plan kepada tim juri untuk assessment. Ya. That's for the bachelor. Kemudian this program is more towards if you're looking at working in the hospitality or restaurant operations, ya, not necessarily di kitchen karena program management. Jadi kita memang target untuk students to be in the middle management, nantinya develop their career to become senior management directors in companies in the hospitality or restaurant or even other industry, other hospitality, yang other industry yang hospitality related, ya. Tidak necessarily hanya harus di hotel aja atau di restoran aja. Untuk program bachelor kami hanya ada 1 kali penerimaan di bulan September setiap tahunnya. Kemudian untuk biaya studinya adalah 14.000 untuk international students. Ya. Entry requirement-nya again harus high school diploma, harus 18 tahun. 18 tahun kurang-kurang dikit masih bisa. Harus ada updated CV, kemudian ada motivation letter, IELTS overall 5.5, dan ada interview juga dari Le Cordon Bleu, Paris. Oke. Kami juga menawarkan program diploma MBA, program MBA. Program MBA ini khusus untuk mereka yang sudah punya 2-3 tahun pengalaman kerja. It's a 1-year program, actually 5 bulan sekolah dan 5 bulan langsung internship atau make a big project. Selain itu, kami juga ada program Wine and Management Diploma. Wine and Management Diploma bekerja sama dengan University de Reims. This is a 10 months program. 10 months program di mana akan ada 3 kali internship dan more than 1,000 tasting. Dan program ini juga diajarkan dalam bahasa Inggris dan this is a very serious program. Students akan graduate dengan gelar dari Le Cordon Bleu dan dari Université de Reims. Dan students tidak hanya belajar, bukan hanya belajar how to become a sommelier, tetapi students akan belajar bagaimana cara grow anggur, kemudian cara produksi, grow, panen, produksi, bottling, sampai ke distribution, ya, all in. Dan kami juga akan menawarkan program baru. Kalau yang ini programnya selama 10 bulan, kami akan ada program baru yang durasinya hanya 3 bulan saja. Akan ada mulai ditawarkan di bulan Juli 2021 juga. Oke. Untuk visa proses dan housing, jadi untuk application tentunya bisa langsung ke Le Cordon Bleu, tetapi untuk visa proses nanti akan dibantu oleh rekan-rekan di Indonesia, rekan-rekan kampus France di Indonesia. Dan untuk housing, Le Cordon Bleu kami tidak memiliki on-campus accommodation, tetapi kami bekerja sama dengan beberapa accommodation agencies yang bisa membantu students untuk mencarikan akomodasi sesuai dengan budgetnya. So, just a map of Le Cordon Bleu. Le Cordon Bleu sendiri lokasinya ada di 15 district, 15 arrondissement di Paris. Just right beside Seine River. Ya, it's a beautiful campus. Ini foto background saya adalah foto kampusnya. Dan pemandangan depannya adalah Seine River dan jalan sekitar 12 menit itu sudah sampai ke Eiffel Tower. It is ini adalah salah satu distrik teraman di Paris dan it is very strategically located, ya. Ada banyak bus, ada banyak metro untuk pergi ke Le Cordon Bleu Paris dan biasanya students bisa memilih untuk tinggal di daerah 15 atau kalau sudah nyebrang sungai itu daerah 16, daerah sini, atau kalau mau mundur sedikit ada daerah 14. Jadi students bisa tinggal di daerah-daerah ini dan nantinya again akan dibantu untuk dicarikan untuk housing, ya. Dan tidak lupa aku ingin mengajak teman-teman untuk join our social media. We are very active at Le Cordon Bleu Paris, and also kalau untuk film video itu ada di YouTube, juga kami ada di LinkedIn, Twitter dan Facebook. Tetapi memang yang paling aktif adalah at Le Cordon Bleu Paris. Oke, I think itu adalah informasi yang aku bisa berikan hari ini. Mungkin kita langsung bisa untuk ke Q&A session ya, Anton, ya.
Oke, terima kasih Mbak Lydia presentasinya. Kita masuk ke sesi tanya jawab. Pertanyaan pertama saya akan bacakan ya. Tadi ada banyak sekali yang bertanya di YouTube comment section.
Oke.
Yang pertama, apakah ada kemungkinan untuk mendapatkan beasiswa di Le Cordon Bleu? Dan bagaimana cara mendapatkannya? Setelah itu, bagaimana mengenai persiapannya? Karena saya masih berada di SMA. Terima kasih.
Oke. Untuk beasiswa, Le Cordon Bleu, jadi Le Cordon Bleu Paris saat ini kami tidak ada beasiswa ya, Anton. Jadi ya saat ini tidak ada beasiswa, tetapi ada beberapa Le Cordon Bleu kampus lain yang menyediakan beasiswa dan itu nanti bisa dicek ke Le Cordon Bleu Indonesia. Untuk persiapan belajar culinary arts, semua program culinary arts di Le Cordon Bleu itu terbuka untuk students tanpa skill. Ya, jadi tidak perlu punya background apapun untuk belajar di Le Cordon Bleu. Memang kalau kita suka culinary arts, biasanya yang saya temukan dari students adalah pasti sudah banyak yang udah mulai latihan, banyak yang sudah mulai masak sendiri, lihat resep dari YouTube, lihat resep dari mana-mana. That's good karena sudah mulai memfamiliarize yourself dengan terms ya, dengan berbagai macam terms di kitchen. Karena terms di kitchen tentunya semua pakai bahasa Prancis. Di semua kitchen di seluruh dunia itu terms-nya adalah pakai bahasa Prancis. Teknik memotong, julienne cut itu kan bahasa Prancis semuanya ya. Berbagai macam saus itu semua pakai bahasa Prancis. Jadi if you already start to try to make a creation, a recipe, that's a good step. Tetapi tidak compulsory untuk punya basic skills apapun untuk masuk ke Le Cordon Bleu karena dari basic level kami mengajarkan untuk semua yang tidak punya basic ya. Nanti yang akan membedakan students yang memang udah sering masak adalah mungkin lebih ke tingkat kecepatan untuk menciptakan suatu kreasi. Tapi bukan berarti kreasinya akan lebih baik daripada yang belum pernah sama sekali. Karena ketika kita belajar dari YouTube, kita belajar tidak fokus kepada teknik ya. Belajar memasak itu baik cuisine, pastry, boulangerie itu penuh dengan teknik ya. Teknik memasak. Jadi itu yang nanti akan membedakan students yang belajar otodidak sendiri ataupun yang belajar ke sekolah. Karena teknik-teknik itu adalah teknik yang diajarkan oleh chef-chef yang memang sudah berpengalaman. Jadi mereka mendapatkannya itu of course satu dari lesson yang udah ada sebelumnya, tetapi juga dari their own experiences yang di-share kepada students untuk teknik-teknik itu.
Oke, terima kasih Mbak Lydia untuk jawabannya. Pertanyaan berikutnya, Kak, saya mau nanya, saya ingin kuliah di Le Cordon Bleu tapi nggak punya basic masak, dan apakah jika saya nggak punya basic masak, saya masih bisa masuk Le Cordon Bleu? Sepertinya sudah dijawab ya barusan ya.
Sudah dijawab, jadi untuk again untuk masuk itu tidak perlu basic, tetapi kita perlu minimum age 18 tahun ya. Kalau kurang-kurang sedikit tadi boleh. Kemudian IELTS tentunya harus 5,0 atau kalau sudah belajar bahasa Prancis punya level A1 sampai ke A2 ya. Tapi kalau misalnya baru sampai punya A1 aja dan mau melanjutkan A2-nya di Paris boleh, atau kalau memang belum punya A1 A2 sama sekali mau langsung ke Paris juga boleh, tetapi harus punya IELTS kalau kayak gitu ya. Karena kan ya harus mengerti, harus bisa mengerti either one of the languages.
Mbak, apakah bisa share kontak di mana audiens bisa melihat dan menghubungi Mbak setelah presentasi ini? Apakah punya slide?
I think I didn't put it in my slide, tetapi bisa kontak ke ini cordonbleu.edu ini.
Okay.
Ya, bisa ke website ini dulu, atau kalau mau nanti aku bisa share my email juga kali ya, Ton ya.
Oke, boleh Mbak. Oke. Pertanyaan selanjutnya, apakah setelah lulus dari LCB bisa mendapatkan pekerjaan dengan mudah di Paris, dan apa saja tips dan trik agar bisa bekerja di Paris setelah lulus dari LCB? Merci beaucoup.
Oke. So, student visa itu memperbolehkan students untuk bekerja part-time 20 jam seminggu ya. Kalau kamu ada niat untuk bekerja setelah graduation, maka kamu harus ambil program yang professional immersion. Karena di program professional immersion ini kamu akan punya kesempatan magang di Prancis ya, di Paris biasanya. Biasanya pada saat magang ini adalah saat di mana kita membina network dengan tempat magangnya itu. Tidak tertutup kemungkinan ketika selesai magang, students itu bisa disponsori oleh perusahaan, oleh si restoran atau oleh si hotel untuk bekerja lebih lanjut di Paris. Ya. It's not a big chance, maksudnya tidak besar opportunity-nya untuk itu, tetapi ada. Karena pada saat ini saya kenal beberapa student Indonesia, alumni Le Cordon Bleu Paris yang masih bekerja di Paris saat ini. Jadi mereka mendapatkan sponsor company, mungkin kalau ada yang satu yang saya tahu dia dapat sponsor 4 tahun visa. Jadi dia masih ada di sini dan bekerja di sebuah restoran di sini di Paris. Dan selain itu, selain dia ada 2 lagi student, ada 2, 3, 4, ya sekitar 5 lagi student Indonesia yang masih ada di sini. Tips and tricksnya tentunya kalau mau mendapatkan opportunity lebih baik ya tentunya tekun ya, karena di sini memang susah maksudnya bukan susah, tetapi kan etos kerja di dapur itu kan lebih strong, lebih kuat daripada di industri lain mungkin ya, karena long hours gitu. Jadi ya jangan terlalu banyak komplain gitu. Dan yang kedua adalah bahasa. Aku rasa bahasa itu penting banget karena di kitchen itu rata-rata di normal kitchen ya, kita nggak sebut di sekolah. Kalau di sekolah semua orang bisa bahasa Inggris, it's not a problem at all. Cuman kalau di tempat di kitchen itu ya memang kita mesti punya kemampuan bahasa yang minimum level A2 itu untuk bisa mengerti chefnya komentar apa. Dan ketika kita mulai sekolah, karena si chef akan mengajar dalam bahasa Prancis, terms yang dipakai di dapur itu kan kita ulang terus, diulang. Jadi ketika teman-teman sampai di Paris, walaupun dengan basic level A1 atau A2, karena setiap kali masuk ke kampus itu mendengarkan chef ngomong, kamu akan pick up the words yang dipakai terus-menerus di dapur gitu. Nah, jadi aku rasa sih itu ya, tekun dan ya harus bisa mau improve bahasa Prancisnya. Gitu.
Oke, terima kasih Mbak Lydia. Pertanyaan selanjutnya, jika hanya ingin mengambil basic 3 bulan, apakah berlaku di LCB cabang lainnya atau hanya khusus di LCB Paris?
Bisa di cabang lainnya. Yang saya tahu tidak bisa itu adalah rasanya Australia, kemudian New Zealand, tetapi itu nanti bisa ditanyakan, nanti kita bisa reconfirm. Tetapi kalau misalnya kamu mau ke cabang lain seperti London, seperti Thailand, itu bisa.
Terima kasih. Pertanyaan selanjutnya dan merupakan pertanyaan terakhir ya Mbak dari sesi webinar kali ini.
Ya.
Oke, pertanyaannya, apakah kita mau kuliah di Prancis harus membayar deposit dulu untuk hidup setahun?
Jadi gini, untuk proses aplikasi itu ada namanya application fee ya. Application fee-nya itu berbeda-beda. Kalau untuk program diploma itu 1.500 euro, kemudian untuk program kalau mau ambil satu sertifikat 3 bulan aja 500 euro. Untuk program bachelor 200 euro ya. Nah, untuk setelah itu prosesnya adalah setelah proses aplikasi tentunya kita harus membayar tuition fee-nya dulu secara full sebelum kita bisa apply untuk student visa-nya di kampus France di Indonesia, di Jakarta atau di kota lain. Nah, tidak ada deposit yang kami minta dari students karena students tentunya memegang sendiri dana yang akan dipakai untuk live di Paris. Tetapi nanti dari kampus France, ketika kita daftar visa, ketika kita minta visa pelajar, dari kampus France itu akan meminta bukti keuangan yang harus ditunjukkan. Ya, jumlahnya berapa? Itu memang sekitar satu tahun biaya hidup di Paris, mungkin sekitaran 12.000 sampai 15.000 euro ya, mungkin ya. Jadi itu ditunjukkan dalam bentuk rekening tabungan atau rekening koran gitu. Tapi yang saya tahu tidak bisa dalam bentuk deposito. Tapi itu hanya ditunjukkan saja. Jadi maksudnya deposit itu, kalau deposit itu kan kita membayar kepada seseorang ya. Tetapi kalau kalau mau sekolah ke Prancis tidak ada uang yang harus diberikan atau didepositkan kepada pihak manapun. Yang hanya diberikan, yang harus dibayarkan adalah hanya uang kuliahnya saja dibayarkan kepada LCB Paris. Gitu. Ya, I hope it's clear.
Oke, terima kasih untuk jawabannya. Itu dia akhir dari sesi jawab kita. Hanya untuk mengingatkan bahwa kalian dengan Le Cordon Bleu Paris melalui website yang ada di presentasi ini. Terima kasih Mbak Lydia untuk presentasinya.
Sama-sama Anton, nice to meet you again. Thank you.
Paris.
Yes. Kita semua tetap buka kok. Sekolah masih buka sampai sekarang, juga buat Januari. Jadi walaupun kita ada lockdown, we are still open.
Iya, oke, baik.
Oke, sip.
Terima kasih Mbak Lydia.
Makasih Anton.
Untuk semua audiens, kami ingin mengingatkan bahwa saat ini sedang berlangsung EHEF Indonesia Virtual Fair. Kunjungi perwakilan negara dan universitas di Exhibition Hall. Thank you very much and see you in our next session.
Thank you.
kepada audiens, presentasi dari Montpellier Business School akan dimulai dalam beberapa menit ke depan. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi, dikarenakan ada technical problem, untuk presentasi dari Montpellier Business School akan dilaksanakan sebentar lagi. Terima kasih. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Anton Hilman. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by the representative of Montpellier Business School. Please stay tuned until the end of this webinar because after the presentation we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any question about the presentation or anything related to the institution, you can submit your question in YouTube comment section anytime throughout the presentation. Now, please welcome the representative of Montpellier School.
Hi everyone. I don't know if you're able to see me.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Because I don't see myself as I'm with my phone. I'm trying this new thing with the phone as my laptop. I don't know what happened, but it's all good. So thank you so much, Anton, for welcoming me, and sorry for being late. That's the magic of webinars, but it's all good now. I'm really happy to introduce myself. I'm Judith. I'm the representative of Montpellier Business School, and I'm also an alumni of the school. I've been in the school now for more than 3 years and a half, and I'm in charge of the Asian continent. So I'll be your main contact. And Ton, would you mind sharing the presentation that I sent you?
Yes, Judith.
You'll see the presentation in a bit. You will have my WhatsApp number and my email, so feel free to email me whenever you have a question or WhatsApp me. So I will start with the presentation. I don't see the screen now, but I hope we can see the screen. with 10 reasons to join MBS and choose MBS. So the first reason is to differentiate yourself to study in France, because France is an attractive destination for you guys. It enables you to differentiate yourself. Also, you will see why choosing MBS, you choose a nice city to study in France. It's not just about Paris. You also have several cities in France that you can discover. Also, choosing France is to choose an internationally recognized academic excellence school, so one of the best schools in France and in Europe. You also choose to build a career that looks like you. You choose a school with an international and diverse environment. You choose a school that guides you and helps you from A to Z. And you choose also a school that enables you to do all the application process online. I'll be your main contact for any questions you have, so feel free to reach out whenever you have a question. So for now, I don't think you see the screen, but it's okay. I'll be keeping up with the presentation. So first reason to choose MBS is to choose a school that is located in France. Why France? Maybe you've never thought of it, why France could be a good idea. Well, I will tell you why it's a good idea. First, France, you'll be differentiating yourself by studying in France. Most of the students from your country usually would choose maybe the US, Australia, China, Malaysia, I mean, other countries around you, but also some countries, English-speaking countries, which is a good idea, of course. But France, why is it a good idea? You have a quality higher education. Also, France is in the top world-class economic powers. Also, France has a very pleasant, fulfilling environment. The French language, do you speak French? It's a nice language to learn as well. And you benefit from an international environment as well. Also, choosing France is to choose a country that offers very many advantages to international and French students. So you have the possibility to stay up to 1 year after you graduate to look for a job. So first of all, you'll be coming with a student visa. Then you'll be coming, you'll be able to stay up to 1 year to look for a job. And then once you find a job, you'll be authorized to stay in France. Also, we have up to 2,000 euros scholarship granted on tuition fees, depending on admissions results and availability. Also, France, maybe you didn't know, but we have one of the best healthcare system in the world. You've heard of some other countries that are trying to work on a great healthcare system. We have one. It means that if you get sick, and we hope you won't get sick, but still you can benefit from a free consultation to the doctor, and well, we have very many advantages on that. Also, in France, when you are a student, you benefit from financial allowance on your housing, meaning that you will get money deducted from your rent each month for being a student, between 80 and 150 euros. So many advantages for students. Thank you, Anton. When you choose a country that offers advantages. We are on the slide 4, I think. Slide 5. Why choosing France? Choose France and choose Montpellier, which is the name of the city and also the name of the school, Montpellier Business School, MBS, is to choose to study in one of the best student cities in France. So choosing Montpellier, of course, you may not have, you've never heard maybe of Montpellier, or maybe you've never been to France, of course, so you don't know all the cities of the country, but we recommend you to go to smaller cities than Paris. Why? Paris is a nice city, of course. You can see the movies, it's really nice, etc. But it's quite costly. It's one of the most expensive capitals in the world. So when you have to count in your budget, you'll see that Montpellier is up to 40% cheaper than Paris, actually. Also, to choose a city like Montpellier or student cities of the world, you'll be choosing a city that is human size, not too big, not too small. You have many things to do. You'll see that Montpellier is one of the best cities in France, actually, according to the ranking that we have. Also, Montpellier is the 7th largest city in France. It's located 3 hours from Barcelona and 3 hours from Paris. So it's located in the south of France. Yes, it's this slide, just below. Oops. The next slide, please. Thanks. So also choosing MBS, you'll be choosing to study in one of the best business schools in France. So in France, you may have heard about business schools, but also we have the public and the private system, like in many countries. The public system is really good. Most of the courses are at universities and mainly in French. And then we have the private system with business schools, engineering schools, design schools, etc., etc. The difference is that we are not financed by the state. So you see, of course, a difference in terms of tuition fees as well. So in France, we have approximately 200 business schools, and only 39 are what we call grande école, which is the word that you can see here. It's like the Ivy League in the US. It's part of the best business schools in France, top schools, prestigious, and it enables you to have the stay back option. Also, in a business school, what are you going to study? For those who've never studied business, you'll be studying quantitative topics and qualitative topics. Quantitative, such as accounting, finance, controlling management, how to cost effectively, to manage costs. And then you have qualitative topics like marketing, human resources, project management, international business. So here I put a picture of a toolbox to show you that when you study in a business school, it's like if you discover different disciplines of management, and in those topics will enable you to be effective in a company. So you'll be learning, of course, topics such as those that you can see here, but also what we call soft skills like leadership, creativity, how to handle a group work, etc. I'll go to the next slide. Also, to choose MBS is to choose a school with an internationally recognized academic excellence. So we have what we call the Triple Crown. Triple Crown is accreditations. We have 3 of them, and we are part of the 1% best business schools in the world among 14,000 business schools in the world. So we have ACSB, MBA, and EQUIS. This means that we have the Triple Crown. And what is the Triple Crown? It's in terms of academic, it means that we are part of the best business schools in the world. We have some organizations called ICSB, MBA, and EQUIS that come to evaluate our system, to evaluate our professors, students, content, etc., and then give us those accreditation after a strong, very dense evaluation and audit of what we do here. And we are very proud of being now part of the Triple Crown crew, if I can say that. So when choosing a school, you make sure also that it's highly ranked, and you see that we have nice ranking at an international scale, but also at the national scale, we are part of the best business school, top 15 out of 200 max. Next slide. When you choose MBS, you also choose to build a career that looks like you. So you'll see that in the school, we prepare you to the professional world. We also have relationship with companies. We have relevant academic projects, and we have a network of alumni. So during those courses, you will not just be listening to the professor. You'll be actor of your education, meaning that professor, of course, they'll be there to help you, but you will have workshops, interview simulation, one-to-one meetings to help you develop all your potential that you have. You'll be working in groups. You'll see that you'll be meeting several people from different places in the world. Also, we have strong relationship with companies, with conferences, internship, a board of corporate directors involved in the school strategy. So actually, we have very close relationship with the professional world, which is also one of our strengths at the school. During the courses, you will also have group projects, academic projects that where you'll be building several competences as well. And network of alumni, 17,000 approximately, and this year we will have maybe 1,000 more. Next slide. When you choose MBS, you also choose an international and diverse environment, meaning that being from Indonesia, or maybe you're from another country, but you live there, this happens as well. We'll see that we have students from different places in the world, which is very rich for us. And we love diversity. Even in our team, we have people from different places in the world. We have a very international atmosphere. We are a school that is, I can say, human size, medium size, if I can say that, approximately 3,000 students, and 1/3 is international. So we have students from different places in the world. This year we had some Indonesian students, but we have students from 17 countries approximately. So we have students from several continents as well. Also, we have a strong diversity and possibility to do exchange program and double degrees. Also, choosing MBS is to choose a school that guides you and help you from A to Z. So I'll be your main contact, being your representative. I'll be your dedicated contact, and you'll see the WhatsApp number at the end of this presentation. You'll see that my job here is to help you define your professional project. So feel free to WhatsApp me, to email me for any questions you have. Don't be shy to bother me. I won't be bothered, because this is my job to help you fulfill your project, to realize your project and make sure that this happens when you want it to happen. So defining your professional project, guiding you in the program you're looking for. Maybe the program you're looking for is actually not a business one, and I'll be guiding you to another school, or maybe we don't have it in the school, and I'll be happy to guide you somewhere else. So if you're looking for a school in a certain city, as we are in Montpellier, we have, well, some other schools that exist everywhere else. I can also help you with that. Also, I'll be helping you to apply, coaching for the test and the interview, then supporting you for the visa obtention. This will be someone else from another team. And then we have an orientation seminar with 28 hours of French and several topics about how to settle well in France when you arrive. The next slide is where you can see that you can choose the possibility to study in English while living in the south of France. So why? You have several possibilities. Of course, you're considering the US, the UK, Canada, some other countries, I don't know where, and it's a good option. Here, you can see that you have the possibility to live in France, in the south actually, and to study in English. So you have three types of programs. We have the bachelor program, which is an undergraduate after high school. Then you have the master in management, which is a 2-year program, English or French. And then you have the master of science, which can be joined after a bachelor of 4 years in several options: marketing, finance, business excellence, international business, and digital transformation. Here you can see the difference. We have undergraduate program in blue, the bachelor degree, and then we have the master's program, the postgraduate, in purple-ish, master in management and master of science. The difference between the two is that the master in management is in 2 years and it's general the first year and specialized the next year. And the master of science is directly a specialization, that you dive in. Next slide. So the bachelor program, we have several tracks. We have one in French, one in English, one that is called Global, and I'm not showing it here, I will be explaining, and one that is called Top 2+2. Here I'll be showing only the bachelor program in English that we have, but we have 3 other tracks that enable you as well to have double degree program, possibility to go as an exchange student 2 years out of 4, sorry. So here you can see it's the 3-year program, 1 year and a half at Montpellier Business School, and the rest of the year and a half, you can do either an internship, entrepreneurial project, semester abroad. You have the possibility to stay either on campus, but also mix it with semesters abroad options, or do an internship. What is interesting here is that when you go abroad as an exchange student from Montpellier Business School, from MBS, you don't pay the tuition fees of the other country, you pay the tuition fees of France. For instance, when I was a student of the master program in MBS, I went to the US, and tuition fees, we know that in the US they can be 4, 5, 6 times higher than tuition fees in France, for instance. And my parents, they paid the tuition fees of France compared to and I was able to go as an exchange student in the US, which was quite a very nice experience that I really enjoyed. So the bachelor program, 3-year program, 1 year and a half on campus, 1 year and a half either on campus or doing an internship, depending on what you're looking for. We recommend the students to have at least a 6-month internship experience during his studies anyway. And tuition fees for this program, 11,000 euros a year. Then the Grande École program, the MIM, we have a 2-year program, and I'm an alumni of this program. So 2-year program, first year is general with a 4 to 6 month internship. And then second year is specialization with one of our MSc, or possibility to go abroad as an exchange student with a 6-month internship. So here, the idea is to first learn all the basics of management to get introduced to them. And then the second year to specialize. It's ideal for students who don't know what they want, but they still want to explore their options and to make sure that they're going to find a job that they might like after. So the Grande École, the Master in Management, the MIM, we call it like this, is a good option. Tuition fees are 13,000 euros a year. Next slide, we have the Master of Science, which is a 14 to 16 month program, very specialized. So it starts in September, like all the programs we have. From September to June, you'll be in class. First semester, you'll be studying the courses related to the field of study you chose. And then second year, you'll be choosing a specialization. Here you can see the courses we have. We have the one in finance, marketing, digital transformation, business excellence, and international business. And for the entire program, tuition fees are 13,900. What's interesting in this program is that you're going to have a lot of group projects, like in other program actually, where you will be interacting with other people. The idea is to prepare you for the professional world. You will have consulting projects, entrepreneurial projects, finance projects, like portfolio management. And students really enjoy this because it's quite interactive. It's not like you're just listening to a professor and you just write what you have on the paper. You will be actually very active during those courses, which is why students like it so much. The next slide, you'll see all the disciplines that we have in the Masters of Science. We have the one in finance, like I said, marketing, digital transformation, business excellence, and international business. Inside each program, you'll see that we have a specialization that enables you to give a little bit of specialization below the specialization, if I can say that, that enables you to direct your project, actually. So for students who are interested in finance, you will have to choose between advanced, energy, responsible, etc. Digital transformation, also you see that we have one in digital management. It's how to use the digital tool to improve a company. And the one in artificial intelligence and big data is how you can handle a project related to those data. You're not going to be programming here. Make sure that you understand that. This is not an engineering school. This is a business school. So we are going to teach you also how to manage a project that includes digital transformation as well. So for instance, if we have backgrounds with engineer students, it's quite a nice choice to go for the MSc in digital transformation or the business excellence as well. That is a very great combination. International business is quite general, you can see below. Next slide, and my last point is why choosing MBS is to opt for an entire online selection process with the possibility of free tests, which is really nice option that we offer to students. So you can see here that the process is entirely online. We'll be helping you from A to Z. For the bachelor and the MIM, you have first the application documents to submit on the platform, and I'll be sending you the link for those who have questions about that when you email or WhatsApp me. So first of all, the application documents, a transcript of the 3 last years, resume in English, except if you apply for French, this will be in French, but otherwise in English, please. Then we will need also the passport copy, the photo to make sure that we have everything. If you have a higher degree already, we take it. Otherwise, we will take your certificate saying that you are enrolled in your last year, for instance, of bachelor or of high school. Then you have two possibilities. You can take our English test online and our reasoning test online for free, or you already have the GMAT, GRE, or IELTS, TOEIC, TOEFL. Like you can see here, we offer free options for students who don't have the GMAT or GRE, or who don't have the IELTS, TOEIC, TOEFL. Those are mandatory, but if you have, for instance, the GMAT, you can just take our test. And if you don't have the IELTS, you can take our test as well. This is not mandatory for us. And then the last step will be the interview video recording online. So you'll be receiving a link. You'll be doing it with your phone or with your laptop, and you'll be answering questions. You will have like a video to answer. So you won't have a real jury in front of you, but don't worry, we are behind that because we'll be evaluating after all the videos with professors and the staff from MBS. So this is the process for bachelor and master in management, and application fees are 90 euros. And for the Master of Science, the next slide, you can see that the process is quite similar. We have application documents with the same as mentioned before. Then we have the English test online, which is free. So if you don't have TOEFL, IELTS, TOEIC, you can take this test. And then the interview, same as before, except that it's, 20 to 25 minutes anyway, pre-recorded. I'm done with the presentation. So if you have any question, you have here my WhatsApp number. Make sure that you save this number for any questions you have. My name is Judith, and you can have my email here, which is quite long. So I suggest that you write my WhatsApp number instead of my email. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Nous sommes vraiment désolés pour le problème technique.
Pas de problème.
Now we'll begin the Q&A session. I will read the question from the YouTube comment section. Okay. The first question, for Indonesian high school student, is it okay to apply with their national high school diploma for bachelor degree?
Sure. Yeah, sure. We ask for, hi, first, bonjour. So for students applying for the bachelor degree, we require what we call the baccalaureate, which is for France, but we require the equivalent. If you're in your country, for instance, here, Indonesia, you have the equivalent of the baccalaureate for us, meaning the certificate of high school, we will be taking this degree. If you don't have it yet because you are in your last year and you don't have the results, you can still apply, but then we will be sending you, we'll ask you to send us the final results once you have them. So your admission can go on. This is not a problem. However, your admission will be under the condition that you get your final degree. So yes, we accept your degree. If you also in a school like British school or American school in your country, we also take the final test that they have. And if in your school there's no final test, because it happens sometimes in some schools, we'll look at the transcripts of the 3 last years of studies.
All right, thank you for your answer. And next question, it goes, for student with international curriculum A level or IB, is it possible to apply with the prediction score?
Yes, I heard that question before. If you have it, we will look at them. However, we don't require the prediction score because this is a prediction. So we'll be looking at past grades that you got already. And then if you want to send us the prediction score, we will look at it. But what matters is the real ones that you're going to get anyway. But yes, it's possible to apply with it. You can send them to me on WhatsApp, and I'll be happy to review them anyway to make sure that it's all clear for you and for us.
All right, thank you for your answer. The next question, it goes, hi Judith, does Montpellier Business School offer another scholarship other than the 200 euros fee deduction that we could apply?
So the scholarship that we have, it's 2,000, not 200, just to clarify. So we have up to 2,000, yeah, 2,000 euros deducted from tuition fees granted depending on your admissions results. So we'll be looking at your grades, at the results of the test. We'll be doing an average, and this will determine if yes or no you're eligible for the scholarship. So this is what we offer. And other than that, we don't have any other scholarship that we have. This is the particular scholarship that we have for international students. And then, like I said before, we have some advantages to be in France. It's free social security that you should also count in your spending, if I can say like this. Like if you go buy medicines prescribed by the doctor, you'll see that it's a free free prescription actually, because they reimburse it with the healthcare system. Also, we have what we call the CAF, which is the housing allowance, deducted from each month of rent. For instance, if your rent is 500, you can get between 80 to 150 euros, depending on the type of housing you have, from your rent. So those are not scholarship from the school, but those are financial advantages that you should take into account when budgeting your year, because this is also one of the advantages of being in France. Not just MBS, all the schools in France, if you are enrolled in a French school, you will benefit from free social security and housing allowance as well.
All right, thank you for the answer. The next question, it goes, does the master thesis will be done together along with the internship?
Yes, I didn't mention that, and it's a good question. The master thesis, as being master students, it will be done during the program. So you'll be starting early, well, it's right now for students enrolled this year, and you will have approximately 1 year to complete it. So you will see that students are not like free to do whatever they want and do everything last minute. In the school, we know that our students need to be helped and counseled. So each 2 months, approximately, that we have to send to their professor that is evaluating the thesis an intermediary work, so that you're not last minute and doing everything at the last minute. So you'll be very counseled.
All right, thank you for the answer. For the master admission, do the student need to provide a recommendation letter from the workplace and the previous university?
So here at MBS, we don't require a recommendation letter. We know you like to send them to us, so send them to us. But this is not going to influence our evaluation anyway. This is not something that the admission committee look at. But if you want to send it to me, good for you. But we don't need it.
All right, thank you for the answer. The next question, it goes, what is the minimum of GPA for master program?
Okay, so it depends. It's true that we have that question. I cannot say we have a minimum because it's not just your grades that we look at. We'll be looking at also at the results of the test that you'll be taking with us or with the GMAT or the TOEFL or wherever. But other than that, it's not just the grade that we'll be looking at. So for us, what matters is that you passed each year and that you validated your degree. The higher it is, the better for you, because we have a grid of equivalence. So if you have like 4 out of 4, you get the highest score. If you get like very average, you get the average score for us. But then, for instance, someone who has a very good grade of very high GPA, but doesn't perform so well to the interview, which is for us the most important part, you won't get as much as someone who did maybe an average GPA and performed really well to the interview. So of course we look at GPAs, but this is not the only thing that we look at. And it's good that we don't just look at grades, otherwise it would not be that interesting to recruit students. But we also trust that the students, they'll be studying for the test, and we'll be helping for that, for the reasoning test, the English test, and the final interview. That is one of the most important parts of the process. So we don't have a minimum except that you have to pass each year. So that will be the average. And then we'll be looking at all the results of the test. So the higher, the better. But if you don't have the higher, it's still okay if you pass each year.
Okay, thank you for the answer. The next question, can you share the information about international student life in Montpellier?
Sure. I don't have my I don't have access to my laptop here because we had some technical problems. But I will be happy if you WhatsApp me on this number, so you can see here +33 647487835 or my email. I'll be happy to send you some videos or some material so that you can see how it is for an international students to be in Montpellier. But to explain a little bit, like I said, Montpellier is the name of the city. It's in the south of France. Montpellier is one of the best cities in France. Not me who says this, but rankings and international students actually, and students in general. The life, except when we are locked down like today, is really exciting in Montpellier. It's very lively. We have students from different places, not just at the school, but also in the city of Montpellier, which is very international, very, very young city. 1 person out of 4 is less than 30 years old, and we have a lot of students from different places anyway. So 1 out of 7 students is from somewhere out of France. And you have bars, clubs, very nice places. We have the beach. We are not too far from Spain, Barcelona, and from Paris, which makes it a very nice location to study. And well, I studied at Montpellier, so I'm happy I did. But when I see international students, I'm like, they're so lucky to experience this as an international student. I think it's a different vibe than when you are from France as well.
Thank you very much for your answer. The next question, it goes, how much is the living cost in Montpellier?
Okay, thank you for the question. It's true that I didn't mention. I said that it's 40% cheaper than Paris, but I didn't mention. So thank you for that. So that will be approximately, I would say, 700 euros if you want to live normal students. Inside those 700 euros, you have to know that approximately for the housing, 500 for a studio. If you get a room, it's cheaper. If you get like a double room and whatever, but just for yourself, of course, it's more expensive. But if you live like a normal student, 500 for the studio. And like I said, we have the financial allowance on the housing, less than, that is between 80 and 150 euros. So if your housing rent is 500, because you're a student, you'll get up to 150 euros deducted from the 500, meaning 350 euros instead of 500. And there's no eligibility criteria except for being a student, wherever you're from. So first this, and also you see that in France we have special tariffs for students, like to go to the movies or to go for transportation, public transportation, because we don't really take cabs here because it's very expensive. So we mainly take public transportation, which is really good in Montpellier anyway. So 500 euros, but you deduct approximately the financial housing help of 150 euros, depending on what you have. And then approximately 200 euros for the, I would say, the phone, the gas, all of it. So yeah, 700 euros. For Montpellier, if you choose a city like Paris, you can add, well, like I said, it's 40% cheaper than Paris. So that will be for Paris approximately 1,200 euros if you want to live decently.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. The next question, it goes, how does the process of EHEF scholarship application in MBS, in Montpellier Business School?
The process of what? Of EHEF, okay, sorry. Well, we are in it right now. We have a lot of students asking for EHEF scholarship, and I understand the deadline is coming soon. So of course, each year, it's been now 3 years I've been here, and each year we had the luck to have some talented students who got the scholarship, the EHEF. How it works is that first the students apply with us, with MBS, either with me for being in Asia or with one of my colleagues for being in another country, because each one of us has a specific area. So you can contact me and I will put you in contact. But here, you're from Indonesia, so I'm your contact. So first you apply to MBS after you got all the information you need. Then if you get admission, but as it's an excellent scholarship, I hope you get admission. Then if you say that you are interested in the EHEF scholarship, I'll be sending you info to international admissions, who is in charge of selecting students to be sent to EHEF scholarship. For instance, if you got a very average GPA and very average admission result at MBS, you can be admitted, but honestly, you won't be considered for FL scholarship because FL scholarship is an excellent scholarship. So what means excellence? It means honestly a very high GPA, very high results. Usually it's students who have, how can I say that in a percentage, maybe more than 80% at least. But it's not just your grades, it will be all the results to a test. So if you don't have 80 out of 100 right now, but you think you can do really well, you can be considered for the FL, and then we send the list to the FL committee. So not all the students who wish to apply to FL will be considered, but if you perform really well to admission results, yes, you can be considered. You'll know anyway, we'll let you know.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. The next question, it goes, is there any possibility to do the part-time job during the study?
Okay, yes, it's a good question as well. Yes, we have the possibility to do a part-time job legally, up to 20 hours a week. You are allowed to work in France, for instance, cashier or whatever, what we call student job, if I can say that. Otherwise, if you don't speak a word of French, it's honestly not really easy. I mean, Montpellier is a very student city, but it's in France. So imagine if I go to a country where language is, I don't know, Spanish, but I don't speak a word of Spanish, it can be a little bit complicated. So legally, you can work and study at the same time. You need to speak French, I would recommend. Same, I mean, yeah, for the first year, you will need to speak French. So yes, of course you can, but you'll need to work on your own. And then you'll see that when you are a student at MBS, it's not just like you have 9 hours of class a week. It's gonna be 25 hours a week, approximately, of class at the school. And then you will have personal work, group work, associations, maybe student life. I mean, maybe you won't even have time to work as a part-time, but it's still possible legally. So to answer your question, yes, you can.
Okay, thank you for the answer. The next question, for the international student taking the international program, do students need to speak French?
So no, you don't need, and it's a nice question as well. It's true that students, when they consider France, they might think that French is mandatory, and it's not, except if you take a French degree. But here, this doesn't seem like it's your option. So no, you can come here to France and not speak a word of French. We offer French courses to our students when they arrive. They have up to 25 hours of French courses. And then during the entire year, they have French courses, mandatory or not, but usually students, they come here as well to enjoy and take advantage of the French courses. So it's important that you also take advantage of this. The idea is not you may not become fluent in one day, of course, because this is a different language from yours, but still, it's a nice option that you have to learn a new language while studying in a language where you're comfortable with, which is English. So you can study in France, but speak English and study in English as well. Also, you'll see that at first you might not be comfortable because you don't understand everything. At the school, we all speak English, but when you go to the bakery to buy French bread or French cafe, or I don't know, French food, you'll see that you'll be learning some words like the vegetables and all. But it's part of I think it's part of the game and of the challenge that you wanted for yourself. Otherwise, you would have stayed home.
All right, thank you very much. The next question is, do you have a PhD program in your school?
We have a DBA program. So for that, you can email us at dba@montpellier-bs.com, and I'll be putting you in contact with the representative. Or you can write me a WhatsApp text, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
All right. Merci beaucoup. Next question is about, after graduation, is there any possibilities to find a job in Montpellier or in France?
Okay, thanks for the question. So when you come to Montpellier or as a student in France in general, you will have what we call the student visa. Then for our school being recognized at an international scale and in France, you can stay up to 1 year to look for a job, either in France or somewhere else. You'll see that Montpellier is a really nice city to study, but Montpellier doesn't have many, well, we do have companies in the high-tech system like Dell or IBM, but it's not like the biggest hub for work. Usually your students, they might stay in Montpellier because they love it. But the thing is that most of the companies for managing position are usually in Paris. So students, we have to move to Paris and its region to look for a job. This is where usually they find half of the students who stay in France, they will find in Paris, and region, and the rest we find everywhere else in France. And most of the students, they will go back home, or they will go maybe to another country of Europe as well, like Ireland or Spain or Germany or Luxembourg, Brussels, depending also on the field that they're working in. So yes, students find in France, but it's not all of them who wish to stay in France or who succeed to find in France. Some tips to find in France is also to learn some French. Even if you're not going to be fluent, it's nice to see that you made this effort.
Très bien, merci beaucoup. Next question, what kind of support the campus provide for international students?
So is it in terms of housing, in terms of academic, or in terms of everything?
Housing, administrative, after arriving.
Okay. Thanks for the question. So I'll be your main contact. I'll be the person supporting you until you get admission. You'll see that you will save my WhatsApp number the entire year, because if you have a question and you don't know who to address it, I'll be your main contact and addressing it to someone else anyway. So save my number. Then you'll see that you've been in contact with the team of that they call like your auntie and uncle of MBS. They are in charge of helping you with all related to the daily life, like if you're looking for a doctor, for a pharmacy, for where to buy grocery that is not too expensive, all the things that you need in terms of daily life, you'll be in contact with them. Those will be also in charge of helping you with visa procedure and all. So the team will be in charge of helping you with that. And then we have another team which is more related to the academic, because you come here for academic purpose. So we'll be able to help you. So to sum up, I'll be your main contact until admission. Then once you are admitted, and I hope you will, you'll be in contact with the team in charge of helping you for visa, finding accommodation in Montpellier, all the daily life and all. They'll be your advisors and your aunt and uncle, like I said. And the other team will be more for the academic side, like if you pass your exams, if you didn't succeed your exams because you had never studied, things like this related to courses and all. So you see that you're never alone in a business school, which is also the strength compare, if I may do the comparison, because I used to study in a French university. In the public system, you won't find that type of people helping you that much, because they don't have the same staff and budget, of course, to make sure that all our students are cocooned and all. Here you can see that in business schools, in private business schools, students are very well taken care of, maybe too much sometimes.
All right, thank you. The next question, and it would be the last question.
Okay.
And it goes, to take undergraduate program, has high school graduate shall take foundation program, or they can directly apply? Thank you.
Okay, this depends where you are schooled. I don't know all the schools in your country, but it depends. If you did like 12 years of high school, you won't need a foundation year. Usually your students who come for the first year of bachelor, they don't come with a foundation year, except if they just did like 10 years of high school. It depends on how many years you did in high school, and I'll be happy to check your transcript of high school to make sure that you would not be eligible for a foundation year. This depends where you're schooled.
All right. I guess that's the end of our Q&A session. Just a reminder that you can connect with the representative through the information given earlier. Merci beaucoup,
Merci.
Judy, for the presentation. Nous sommes vraiment désolés pour le problème technique.
No worries.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a good day.
Merci, au revoir, goodbye, take care all. Bye.
Thank you. And For all the audience, thank you for watching. And for your information, we organize virtual fair today and tomorrow, where you can connect directly with the university. Kindly visit our website, event.ehef.id, and go to the exhibitor hall. Thank you, and don't forget to see our institution webinar series tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone.